Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, open forum political discussion show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, today we're having a special edition where we're engaging with our pastor friend from DRC to give us the view of what exactly is going on. That is informed by the kind of information that is rolling out from the media in different parts of the world concerning the DRC and Rwanda. And we had a discussion yesterday and concluded that we would want to hear from the horse's mouth. Do we have any reason to be alarmed by what is going on in DRC and Rwanda at the moment, or is just an exaggeration and we all need to get the right picture? We're here to get the authentic reality of everything and, of course, chart the way forward on how to get a lasting solution to what bedevils this continent and our people as a whole. So from wherever you are joining us, please make sure that you are the ambassador of what we are doing right here, right where you are. Share the link widely. We are live on YouTube, Sound Candid Talk, and then, of course, YouTube channel, Sound Candid Talk live YouTube channel, Sound Candid Talk Facebook page, as well as TikTok will be coming shortly. Thank you so much. And we are rolling out with this particular episode as we bring in our guest to be able to shed light on what we are dealing with at the moment. And it is of great importance that you follow through. So please help somebody to tune in, help somebody to find the show, and of course, be able to participate in what is happening in our world by reason of the situation in the country and the situation in the neighboring countries. Well, much is being said, a lot of it speculations. There is the push and pull, but it is important that when we have had this rumor and we have had this confession here and there, it bears every proper sense for us to go and confirm. Is this thing the way it is being said, or there is something more to the same? So let's listen to this first, and then get our guest to get in and be able to give us the true picture of what we are dealing with and how we need to respond to the same. All right, so in one moment, let's get this fast and then we roll it out. Please, karibisha mtu, usitazame kipindi peke yako. Wewe ndio tunategemea kuhakikisha kwamba kila mtu anapata nafasi ya kujumuika nasi katika uchambuzi wetu na katika kuelewa ni kipi kinachoendelea na ni vipi tutakavyo tatua hicho kinachoendelea katika masuala haya yote ya vita ambavyo vinahofiwa katika DRC na Rwanda. Okay, let's hear this out first.
The leaders of an alliance supporting M23 rebels in the ongoing conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo now says Rwanda is not to blame for the escalating tension in the region. Colonel Nanga, leader of the Congo River Alliance fighting alongside M23, says claims that they are aiding and abetting the looting of natural resources in the country are false, and that there is lack of commitment to end the chaos.
The city of Goma, once bustling with life, now bears the scars of intense conflict. The M23 rebel group stormed into the city earlier this week, marking a significant escalation in a conflict that has plagued Eastern Congo for more than a decade. Colonel Nanga, head of political coalition supporting the M23, has defended the rebels' actions, denying accusations of Rwanda's involvement and downplaying claims of mineral exploitations in rebel-held areas.
Bon, la guerre va aller jusqu'où? We are not warmongers. Even the takeover of Goma is linked to one thing. The threat that was in Goma constantly trying to kill us with the Sugoi fighter jets. The threat that was in Goma with Air Force planes or whatever they were, with the thousands of European mercenaries stationed here. With all this, I would call it tricking time bomb caused by the fact that weapons were distributed to people who were not qualified to handle them.
Nanga says Rwanda is being unfairly scapegoated to cover up incompetence and embezzlement in Congo.
People kept talking about resources, but in the areas we control, I have not seen a single company that is industrially mining minerals. They talked about smugglers, but I haven't seen anything. These are all artisanal mining operations. And I have not seen a single Rwandan, not a single Rwandan. So I don't know how exactly are they looting.
He says M23 seized Goma due to threats from warplanes, mercenaries, and arms flows. Amid conflict and a humanitarian crisis in eastern Congo, the M23 rebels have seized Goma, but their advance toward Bukavu stalled as Congolese and Burundian forces pushed back.
Conformément à notre constitution,
In accordance with our constitution, specifically Article 64, it is the duty of every Congolese citizen to stand as a barrier against such system. In summary, this is the very reason that justifies our struggle. We are being killed, starved, and justice is being weaponized against certain individuals.
on instrumentalise la justice contre.
The situation in eastern Congo remains volatile, with growing calls from the international community for an immediate ceasefire and renewed peace efforts. Zachary Nyakweba, NTV.
Okay, hali ndio hivyo mambo yanavyoripotiwa kule Congo na Rwanda. Na tunashukuru because we have an opportunity to engage with one of the indigenous who will help us get the true picture of what's going on and how we can relate to the same. So wherever you are, please make sure you are sharing the link, inviting somebody. We are now live also on TikTok as well. So please let's ensure that we are doing our part, even as we anticipate to get more light on this matter. Our guest is my longtime brother and friend from DRC. We have walked our life together for the length of our existence on the face of the earth, but I believe there is why God brings people together. And today we have a privilege to host him on this special show where he will be shedding light, because as we are walking scared, we think the whole world is coming to an end. Probably he has more light than we do. So, my pastor, how are you today?
To you too.
Good evening to you. Please give us your names and what you're up to in life, sir.
Good evening. I'm Pastor Kelley Kalonji. I'm a DRC citizen. Yeah. And I've been living here in Kenya, as you just said, with you, and we have known each other for quite a number of years. Yes. And I actually grew up in the eastern Congo, where the conflicts are actually taking place. I grew up there. I was not born there, but I grew up there. I know the city of Goma well, and the next city of Bukavu, which is 250 kilometers away from Goma. Currently, my entire biological family is in Goma right now as we are speaking. And I also have some friends who lives in that city. Yes.
Excellent, excellent. Now, please take us up to speed to understand the situation in Congo right now. Maybe the historical part of it and what exactly is happening.
Well, I've just watched the video you've just played a while ago, and Corneille Nanga is speaking. it is to me very sad, because this man, he's just a puppet and he has been brainwashed. I'm even surprised that he's called the political spokesperson of this movement, because he just joined this movement just a year ago, just last year. But the M23 rebels have been there, and Rwanda has been attacking Congo for the past 30 years. So the man just joined recently, and he's a political spokesperson, and whatever he has spoken over there, it's really very shocking to me. But anyway, we understand him. He's already condemned to death. The justice system of Congo has already passed a judgment on him. He's actually a dead man, as you see him talking. Once he will be arrested, that's it. He will just go for execution. His judgment has just been spoken, has been pronounced already. This movement, and he is speaking like he is defending now Rwanda. The M23 is just a name, but what is there is that the Rwandan army is the one which is invading Congo. And Rwanda has been using one or two Congolese who have been brainwashed and who have been let's say bribed, people who are ready to sell their own souls for a few cash. And he has joined the business. It is also a business war. What he is denying, when I just listened to that video, he is denying exactly what is going on. They are looting minerals from Congo. How do you explain Rwanda last year exported 140 tons of coltan to the European market, and yet there is not even a grain of that mineral in Rwanda? How do you explain that? The European Union in 2021 went ahead and signed an agreement for strategic minerals with Rwanda, yet there is not even a sand of any mineral in Rwanda. The whole of Africa know that Rwanda is a country with no mineral at all. Even if it is a country that is neighboring with Congo with rich minerals, but where the limit is, the border is, when you start Rwanda, there is not even a sand of it. How do you explain what Rwanda is exporting? Tons of gold and tons of coltan, if not from the same areas that they have occupied, which is Rubaya. It is a locality within the North Kivu where actually the M23 have occupied for the past 12 months. They are the ones there, and that locality is 80% natural reserve of the world coltan in the whole world. 80% of this mineral that makes these phones, laptops, TVs, and all electronics, and now they are even using it for planes and even weapons, military equipments. Now, 80% of the world reserved of that mineral is found there, exactly where they have occupied. How can he deny that they are not looting that? Practically, is it possible? This man has decided to betray his country, has decided to lie just like he's breathing, and he's lying with a stone face. But like I've told you, the justice system of Congo has already passed judgment on him. He's a dead man. It's just a matter of days and hours. God knows the day he will be apprehended and you will hear his execution. So nobody even listens to him in Congo. That's what I can say for now.
Okay. Thank you, Pastor Kelley, for that outlook. And when you say he has been brainwashed, and those in the movement, or rather those leading the movement, have been brainwashed, please clarify that so that we can get the true picture. This brainwashing is about them benefiting at the expense of the country, or brainwashed of them betraying their brothers to save their enemy?
First of all, this man has been actually the chairman of the Electoral Commission of Congo. When the current President Tshisekedi won the first election during his first term, the person who actually announced Tshisekedi the winner was the same man who is talking like that. It is this Corneille Nangaa. Now, when Tshisekedi took over, Tshisekedi is not someone who wants to tolerate any nonsense. The man is determined to change the country. The man is determined to make sure you steal, you are locked up. You do nonsense, you are out. And all thieves who have been stealing from the country for all these years, including Corneille Nangaa himself, he comes from an area called Isiro. That is his hometown. And that hometown is rich in gold. The entire province is actually a mineral province, and they produce gold. And Corneille Nangaa happened to have some, what we call mining zone for himself, private mining area where he was mining gold with workers, but he acquired the mine illegally. He does not have papers for it. He doesn't even bring his return to the government. So he doesn't contribute anything to the government with what he is actually exploiting. Now, when Tshisekedi took over power, he has to go around and check all the people, both foreigners and locals, who are actually involved in mining activities, and check and see their returns, how far they've contributed to the government and so on. And Corneille Nangaa was found to be a fraudulent person. So according to the laws of the country, his mines were taken away from him. It was seized by the government and given to other people who will file returns to the government. Because when you are exploiting minerals, the government has to benefit from it, which is actually normal to any country. Now, Corneille Nangaa was furious for that. He had around 4 to 5 mines illegally acquired without any paper, nothing. So that's what pushed him to join the rebel movement. Everybody in Congo will tell you, including a baby who is still in the womb, knows that there is a man by the name Corneille Nangaa who have just joined rebel groups because his mine were seized from him. But his wife and family are living in Kinshasa. No one is touching them. His brothers, his younger brother was actually a governor of the same province where he comes from. It's just the last elections he was not voted in. But when he joined the rebel movement, his brother was still governor, and he was in good term with the president. So that is what pushed this man into rebellion. He is not fighting for the country. He is not fighting for anybody. The man is just furious. His mines were taken away from him. That is what people should know about Corneille Nangaa. That is just some light I want to bring in that one. So whatever is talking there that there is no Rwandese in the movement, he is just lying, just like he's breathing. He's just lying, just like the same way you see him breathing, the same way he's lying.
All right, thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are engaged here, ensuring that we get the proper picture of what's going on in DRC and the conflict there. So we call upon you to join us from wherever you are. Please, we need you to share the link, get more people to join. We are live on Facebook and on YouTube as well as TikTok. Tafadhali ukitupata tu sukuma hiyo link ili watu wengi wa join na tuelewanwe katika masuala haya. Tuko na Pastor Kelley hapa, and he's giving us the true picture. Just before we can bring in Ayaga to weigh on the same, unasema this particular person was the chairman of an electoral commission, okay? Yeah. Then you say he is convicted for crimes. He's to be executed. That's a bit confusing. What's happening? We have a criminal, we have a chairman of electoral commission.
I said he was former chairman of electoral commission. He's actually the one who pronounced Tshisekedi the winner of 2018 general elections. When Tshisekedi won his first term in office in 2028, this Corneille Nangaa was the chairman of the Electoral Commission of Congo. He's the one who pronounced Tshisekedi the winner. Now, he thought maybe Tshisekedi will show him favor when he takes power. Tshisekedi is a no-nonsense person. Even if you went to school with him, and you are his best friend, but if he finds you stealing, he locks you up. You understand? So he went and did what we call inventory and check everything, how things are going on in the country, and he found a lot of irregularities, including the chairman who pronounced him the winner of the presidential election, owning mines with no papers, with no tax payment, with no returns, with nothing. So Tshisekedi stood on his ground and seized. He instructed the minister of mining to take actions, and according to the law, the mines were seized from him. So then that's when he joined the rebels, and today he is now the chair. I don't know what they call him, the political chair or speaker, from chair of electoral commission now to the chair of political rebel movement, whatever they call him, I don't know. So he's just exercising. It's quite funny.
Okay, so he was once a government, we could call them a civil servant. And then
yes.
All right. So it is now this conviction. You talked about conviction. Has it been produced before the court of law, or
according the system of the justice system of Congo? When someone betrays his country the way he's doing, okay, the attorney general will just order the court to open up a case even when you are not present, because this is a case of betrayal. This is the system how Congo works. Even me, if I will join that movement and I happen to be known, the court will take my name and everything, and they will just pass let's say a judicial process on me, even if I'm not present in court. They will just see that based on the evidence that they see that I am in the movement that is attacking the republic, blah 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 blah. So according to the law, the judge will just pronounce me, he will just sentence me to death. So the judgment has been pronounced already. It is a matter of the day he will be apprehended. He will not be taken to court for any process because the laws have already taken care of that. The day he will be apprehended, it is just to be executed. That's all. That's the system, the justice system of Congo.
Okay.
And he knows that. He is aware of it. He knows that judgment has been passed on him already. So just that's why I say the man is dead, though he's talking.
All right. Thank you, Pastor. We appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, Ayaga, you can get back. Sorry, ni kama umetupwa nje. I pray you get reconnected so that you can also weigh on this. We want to get your view on the matter. Now, as we go further, so there is the rebel movement. Can you help us make sense of what is M23 and what are they fighting for?
M23 is just a new name, but the team is still the same. Like Gormaya can change its name to FC Leopard or Ulinzi, but you find the same players and they keep on changing the uniform, but it's the same people. M23, the M stands for March. No, May, sorry. May. And 23 stands for the 23rd of May, okay, when there was an agreement between the government of Congo, which was led by Joseph Kabila, whom we will also talk, if there will be time, I will also talk about him. That is another person who has put our country into what it is today, because there are a lot to speak about him. And these people, before they became M23, the movement of May the 23rd, okay, that's why they say M23. It is May the 23rd, the day there was an agreement between their former movement, which was CNDP, which was led by Laurent Nkunda. Everybody in Kenya have heard about the name Nkunda, who is another Rwandese that the government of Rwanda has infiltrated our country under the irresponsibility of the man I just mentioned, the former president Joseph Kabila. the man that has been put on the seat of Congo, he has never been elected. When Mzee Laurent Desire Kabila, you heard of him, who was a true Congolese by blood, father and mother both Congolese, and his origin, his location, sublocation, where he was born, everything is known by Congolese. But the man who was called by the name Joseph Kabila, nobody even knows where he was born. Nobody even knows his mother. So nobody knows where he came from. So he was put on the seat when Mzee Laurent Desire Kabila was killed. There was a small constitution, but it was never followed. The constitution said that if the president dies, actually the president of the Senate, or in Congo, you know, we call them president. In Kenya, you call them speaker. Okay, but in Congo, both the speaker of the Senate and the parliament, they are called president. They just bear the name. Okay, so it is the speaker of the Senate who was supposed to take over, transition for 3 months, and then organizes fresh elections. That was never respected. Joseph Kabila was just, boom, installed there. When you look at his face, he was just looking like a Rwandese. No physiognomy of the Congolese people is found in that man. In fact, he could not even speak proper French. You could hear his French with an accent of Rwandese people. You understand that? He could not even speak Lingala. And up to today, the man doesn't speak Lingala. Congolese speak Lingala, but he doesn't. Now, their plan was in 2007, now Laurent Kunda started his movement, CNDP. In the same area these people are fighting, they just keep on turning around the same area. He started the movement. Whatever they fight for, believe you me, up to now, it is not clear. But we have come to understand that Rwanda wants a portion of land around 300 kilometers square within that part where they are fighting. He wants that land to be annexed to become Rwanda, the land that has the 80% reserved of coltan in the whole world. He is claiming that by saying that when they helped Mzee Laurent Desire Kabila to kick out Mobutu from power, they had agreements signed between Rwanda and Laurent Desire Kabila when he was coming in as a rebel, that he will offer Rwanda that portion of land. It is called the agreements of Lemera. In French, they call it les accords de Lemera. It was done somewhere in a place called Lemera. That's where they met and signed the MOU that once we help you kick out Mobutu, okay, this is what we will get. Now what we will get is that 300 kilometers square, and they knew that that place has those strategic minerals that the world needs today for transition of, from this revolution of technology that is taking place in the world. So Rwanda wants to own that land. Now, when they kicked out, yes.
Just hold on. We're coming back on the same. Thank you so much for that enlightening information. I want to have Ayaga, if you have more information or question to our guest, please come in so that we can go further.
Hi, Bernard. How are you? I hope you can get me clearly.
I'm good. We can hear you. How are you?
I'm good. Say hi to Pastor Kelley. I was listening to him very keenly and clearly how he's he's talking about the problem in Congo. I just want to debunk so many things. He's saying he's so much enlightened about Congo, and I just want to debunk some 2 or 3 things. Then I give my speech. The M23 is a rebel factor that was born after they had so many rebels. Remember, this place had a problem even as early as 1950s, even before independence, and actually after independence, they had these problems. I am sending you a video that the Nyerere, the Tomboyas, many people were talking about this region and why there is a problem today. That video is coming. It's a little bit long video, so it will also help you understand. So these rebels, there were so many rebels. There were many rebels factions here and there and there. So they signed an agreement so that they can work together, and that happened in March 23rd. And that's why those rebels are called M23, not me. That agreement actually was signed on March 23rd. You can take its fact very well as we try to help people understand this. Number two, Kabila Luru.
March 23rd, which year?
I can't remember the year, but it is not long. I will come with the year just in few minutes time. I will tell you the year. Yeah. It is March 23rd. That's why it is called M23. So, number two, I want to debunk this theory of Joseph was not the son of Kabila. Remember, Congo had never had a stable government, and Kabila was staying in foreign countries. He was not staying in Congo, though he was fighting, leading a rebel that overthrew Seseko, but he was doing it outside. Just like, do you know Mosi, the son of M7, was born here in Nairobi and raised here in Nairobi, and I think went back to Kampala when his father took over the office as the president at the age of above 18, or he was almost 18. He was just a very old young man that has now grown up. So you can't expect that when Kabila took over and settled with his family back in Congo, that young man could be so much fluent in Kilingala and French when he was not maybe living in a French-speaking country. We have the son of Uhuru Kenyatta. I saw him with William Ruto the other day. He could not even speak Kiswahili, and his father is here. I doubt if he can speak Kijaluo. We saw the likes of Raila Odinga's kids. This one, junior one, cannot speak Kijaluo in Fidel Odinga's burial. Doesn't mean he's not Raila Odinga's son. And they have problems speaking in Kiswahili. So let us sometimes, when we say things, that young man was Kabila's son. So the problem that Kabila was a gorilla, he couldn't settle in Congo like him who was born in Congo. He couldn't settle in Congo with his family. They always take their family out of those countries, but when they succeeded to take power, they bring their family later. So you get that their families, those young kids, cannot either speak Lingala or the native language where those people are coming from. So I think I must debunk that. And number three, I also must debunk this notion of Colonel Nanga. These people are brainwashed. They are not brainwashed. These people are fighting for their rights, and they are fighting for their right. The problem is there is loss of life that we need to condemn, but there is also infringement of the right of the Banyale people by the previous regimes and the current regime in Congo. That must be said. Let me now go straight to the point. Historically, if you look at the boundaries in what we call the countries in Africa, what the colonial did, they separated people. For example, I will tell you, in Kenya, we have the Somalis of Kenya. Yeah?
Sorry for intercepting. You have opened 3 strong questions that will require a response. So before you go to the boundary history, I would want Pastor Kelley to have a response to those 3 issues, and then we'll get back to you. You give us that boundary issue, and then we'll play that. I think I have a short clip of Nyerere and Tomboya already on the queue, so you refer to them, we'll play. as you get into the historical of boundaries. Reverend Kelley, you seem not to be agreeing with Ayaga on his claim. Unmute, your mic is off.
My mic is
now.
off.
It's open now.
I'm saying, go ahead. Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now? I'm actually laughing when I'm hearing him talking. He seems to know Congo and the history of Congo, but in a very, let's say, weird manner. He talks really, he knows Congo. I'm laughing at him, in fact. Joseph Kabila is not, has never been, and will never be the son of the late Mzee Laurent Desire Kabila. As we are speaking, the true biological family of Mzee Laurent Desire Kabila have opened up a case in Congo. They could not do that during the 18 years of Joseph Kabila because all of them ran out of the country. And when you see those boys standing, there is Ibrahim and his brother. When you see them, those of us who knew, and if you knew Mzee Laurent Desire Kabila, if they can stand like this, and Kabila Mzee in front of, in the middle of them, and the so-called Joseph Kabila, whom we know the true name is Hippolyte Kanambe Kazemberere from Rwanda. If he also stand in that family and they ask you, can you show us among these one who looks like Mzee Laurent Desire Kabila? My pastor, when I look at your children, though they are girls, but I see their face in you. I see they look exactly like you. How can you deny the face of children who looks exactly like Mzee Laurent Desire Kabila, and another one who is a Rwandese from the Tutsi community? You know, the way they look alike. When you see Masais, they all look alike, isn't it? You can just see awa ni Masai. You can see Luos, awa ni Wajaluo. Okay, when you see Kikuyus, awa ni wa Kikuyus. The same thing you can see. The Tutsi from Rwanda and Burundi, they look alike. You just say, awa ni Watusi, awa ni these are Hutus, and these are Bantus. How can you differentiate? How can you fail to differentiate a Tutsi face from the Bantu's face, which looks exactly like Mzee Laurent Desire Kabila? My friend, Mr. Ayaga, I will refer you to go to Google and type the name Ibrahim Kabila. The face will appear. And then type also Mzee Laurent Desire Kabila. The face will appear. And type Joseph Kabila. The face will appear. And tell us next time maybe which of those two looks exactly like Mzee Laurent Desire Kabila. The part of history you are talking about, he was born in outside the country. Yes, we understand. We know all of that. But the story is beyond what you know. Of course, he knew Mzee Laurent Desire Kabila. The real father of Joseph Kabila is known. And he was a very good friend of Mzee Laurent Desire Kabila. When he was a rebel fighting Mobutu, Mzee Laurent Desire Kabila started fighting Mobutu way back in 1967. And he was not living in the country. He was in Tanzania. Sometimes he's in the mountain of Fizi, there where he was digging gold for his survival. And they knew together. They knew each other with the real father of Mzee Laurent, Joseph Kabila. Very, very close friends, just like you and me are today, my friend. And when that Mzee died, Mzee Laurent Desire Kabila actually took Joseph Kabila and his sisters and housed them in their house, in his house. Number two, I want to tell you something. Joseph Kabila was given the name Joseph Kabila. Joseph Kabila, this other name in that tribe, the Lubakat name, meanings he's a twin. And his so-called sister twin was called Janet Kabila. Okay? He was called Janet Kabila, and he was in a parliament. Now, listen to this. Have you seen two twins, but they have 3 years difference of birth? This one, Joseph Kabila, is born in 1971, and his twin sister is born 3 years before him, and yet they are twins. These are things people, they want to talk about some countries as if, and he's talking as if he is actually hammering the whole thing that is what we should believe. My friend, brother Ayaga, please, if you don't know something about a country, don't usijiingize kumambo haujui. Sisi wa Kongomani, we know the reality of that country. Why is he not in the country now? Joseph Kabila. If he's the son of Mzee Laurent Desire Kabila, who kicked him out of the country? No one. No one kicked him out of the country. We are Christians and we believe in the Bible that says that a wicked man runs away without anyone chasing him away. He just took off. There is no threatening. There is his wife is still there, but himself, he's now fugitive. Right now, his passport has expired. He's using Rwandan passport. Namibia government has just proved it recently. He was to take off from Namibia to go, I don't know where, with the Rwandan passport. Namibia government intercepted him. He was under arrest until they kicked him out. Nobody knows where he is. Recently, he was in Ethiopia meeting with Katumbi, trying to organize how they can stop Tshisekedi from trying to change a new constitution. Katumbi, another foreigner who was born in Congo. A father is a Jew, a mother was from Zambia, but he was born in Congo. So he can claim Congolese citizenship by birth. Now, the two guys who are not really Congolese by blood, even if people say he's the son of Joseph Kabila, no Congolese believe that, my friend. No one will believe you, even if you shout it or you scream it or you put it in a song and you record an album, nobody will dance that music. You believe what you believe, but as Congolese, we know what we believe. Just like I cannot force any Kenyan to believe something that they don't know about their country, or they know about their country. And then I come up with something, I say, because I've stayed in Kenya for long now, I start speaking that I know Kenya. No. And these rebels, they are not even Congolese rebels. These are Rwanda army wanting to cut a piece of land of Congo. They take 1, 2, 3 people and they put there from Congo, being brainwashed. Even if you don't believe it, we do. You don't believe it, but we Congolese, we do. We do believe he has been brainwashed. He is betraying his country, and it is a matter of days, even if weeks, years, or whatever the time, the man will be apprehended and be executed. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you, Pastor. We appreciate that. Now, the tug of war here, but I think let's all put everything on the scale, and then, of course, make use of what is valid. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you those joining us from wherever you are. Please, let's do well in inviting more people to join. Share the link. Let's. I believe there is more light here than we have had so far in understanding the situation.
I would like, excuse me, I just want to put on something. I'm just forgetting. I don't know if Brother Ayaga understands French, but there are videos from the European Union. The European MPs themselves, now they are quarreling among themselves, you know, when the debate hits in Parliament. And there are videos, parliamentary people in Europe are talking clearly how they are the ones who went to take Joseph Kabila from Rwanda and imposed him in Congo because they knew that he will be easy to be manipulated. It is there in French. I'm asking a question. Have you heard that video? In the European Parliament, not even Belgium, but the whole European Commission. It is there. Have you heard it? Things that now God is allowing the world to know the truth. You are there, you know. Let me.
Okay,
that's why I say I'm just laughing at him.
We'll see
wazungu wenye walituwekea huyo mtu wameanza kukosana among themselves. Mambo saizi in Europe is not the same. It is not business as usual. They are now denouncing each other. Now wanaongea wazi ya kwamba these things must stop. We have now European MPs who are now speaking on our behalf in Europe. Nani hawa Europeans who are pushing all these things. They are the ones who are financing Rwanda, giving Rwanda 20 million euros every year to the army. And they are the ones who have signed the agreement with Rwanda for minerals that Rwanda doesn't have. They are the ones, even the country of Poland has signed military agreement with Rwanda, telling Rwanda, we shall give you every technological in military that you need to take over that part of the land. Mr. Ayaga, are you aware of all this?
Okay, Pastor, hold on there. We are coming back to you. Thank you so much for the information. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to engage Please, let's invite more people. And if you have a question, you can come into the studio to ask it or put it in the comment section. We'll put it over to our guest to respond to the same. Thank you. It's alarming that we can be twins, yet we were born 3 years apart. Ayaga, hebu tuambie hii maneno vipi?
Okay. I think you know, the only person who can disown a child is the father, and Kabila is there, and Kabila never disowned Joseph. Your brother cannot disown you, or your brother cannot lodge a case against you. That is not, you are not his father's son. So I don't want to engage in those. You know, those are petty things. Like, you know, if you read a book, even here in Kenya, there is a man called Miguna. In his book, Peeling Back the Mask, he claimed Raila Odinga was castrated in prison and never share any child. And if you look like people like Winnie, they look like Raila Odinga. So I don't want to engage into those petty. It is only a parent who can disown a child, and the mother. And if those two, either they are dead and none of them spoke, those other children of Kabila, either from different mothers, cannot claim to be to know who their fathers share and not. So I don't want to engage in that route. And what I'm also saying, being that I'm coming from Kenya, doesn't make me know more about Kenya than other people. There are people who goes into history of reading any other history, like even in South Africa, but you never set your foot in South Africa. Then there is this thing called the brainwash. You know, I beg my pastor that you take time sometimes to listen, because, you know, if you listen only to things that serves you, you may get wrong information. Sometimes you get things contrary to your beliefs or what you think you ought to know. You can come with a clear picture.
Just hold on, Ayaga. Just hold on, Ayaga. I want your mic has issues. There is a lot of cracking while you are speaking. You need either to reduce the volume of your mic or something like that. Secondly, I would want us to have a progressive engagement. That is, if you refute what Kelly said, you refute it on the grounds of you have this information. Not who read what, who did not read what. You say Kabila is the son of so and so because of this and this. Not to the approach that if we continue in that line, it's going to degenerate. Now it begins who is more learned, who is more read, who has what and what. That's not what we seek. We are seeking for required information. And then on the issue of brothers denying others as their father's son, it's a very valid issue. My own father, my father was the only son to my grandpa, okay, and he has strange brothers who himself tells us this one is for that angle, and this one is for that angle, and this one is for that angle, because our younger, our step grandpa came when Papa was flat. He was about to die. So you cannot say the information is not anywhere. And then in the African setting, I could take on your son if you are good friends. Friendship were covenantal in the sense that when we are friends, we became more than brothers. That if you died like in war, I could take on your children, raise them like my children, give them the best of education without segregating. And then everybody may, from outside, will think all these are my children because I raised them that way. But that does not negate the fact that biologically they belong to my brother, who I am just a person who raised them. So whatever you are bringing is neither here or there. They are valid ways of children growing along my children who are not my children, and because of my relationship with the father, it obligates me to raise them rightly for the sake of our friendship. And if now these sons grow up and then begin now to betray their brothers who allowed them to grow alongside them, by now them, being used to seize power and then maybe vanquish this other family, then that's a different ball game altogether. So let's not rule out realities that are really African and true in our coexistence. It's not far-fetched for any person to raise somebody else's children. Yes.
Okay. And you can now hear me clearly. I think I have reduced my volume. I think net has a little bit buffing.
That's a little better, but if you reduced it a little more, like 15%, I think it will now be very good.
Okay. If now you can get me, or is it still vibrating?
It's vibrating, but it's I think a little better.
Okay, what I'm saying is very simple. I wanted just to go straight to the problems that in Congo and why Rwanda is being blamed. I don't want to engage into siasa. Unajua hizi zingine za kuzaana na nini, na hizi ni siasa tu za hapa na pale za kawaida tu. Hizi hata Kenya ziko. We were told Kenyatta was a Masai, was not a Kikuyu, and some people still believe Kenyatta was a Masai. So those things exist. So what I want to say, the problem started during the partition of Africa. The kingdom of Rwanda was divided into two. There is a part that is in Congo, and there is a part that formed the country called Rwanda. Like what was done to the Maasai, where you get the Maasai in the Serengeti side, are in Tanzania, and there are Maasais in Narok, in Mara, that are in Kenya. Same to Somalis in Kenya, and the Somalis in Somali, and even Luos here in Kenya, and the Luos in Uganda. That thing was made by mistake by the colonizers, and they knew what they were doing, and they knew this would bring problems to Africans in later years when people want to join their relatives from the other side. Now the problem in Congo is one. And I think my brother will be honest to tell you that the problem in Congo is one. They have refused to recognize the Tutsis community that were annexed into Congo as Congolese. They have refused to recognize them as part of Congo. They want these people to go back to Rwanda minus land. Now that's where the Kagame is coming in, and that's where the blame game between Kagame and Congo is coming in. Remember, there are Tutsis that are living in they're called, I think, Banyalenge. That they were divided into three countries. There are some that are staying in Uganda, and some people argue that actually Museveni is a Tutsis. There is a rumor that Museveni is a Tutsi. So there are people, the Tutsi side, that the people who are left in Congo, and there were Rwandese now where they are in Rwanda. So this thing, it is a colonial thing that started way back, even before Kabila, even before Tshisekedi, even before Kabila II. So it is something that started long way back. And people like Julius Nyerere spoke about it, that if you can accept the Maasai in Tanzania as Maasais from Tanzania, and accept the Maasais in Kenya as Maasais in Kenya, but if you want to tell Maasais from Tanzania that today you go join your brothers from Kenya, walk away from Serengeti and go and join your brothers, you are chasing those people from their ancestral land without taking them, by just forcing them, by denying them citizenship. So these people, these Tutsis, are fighting for their rights. These people are Rwandese, that they were annexed into Rwanda by the colonial powers, and that's where they belong to. and they need to get a right of citizenship in that country called Congo. So if the Congo administration, until they recognize, ensure that the Tutsis, the Banyalenge people that are fighting now for their survival, for their rights, are given their rights in that country, I think it will be safe for Congo. But if they are still obsessed that these are the Nyarwandans and they need to go back to Rwanda, and you want to chase them by force, they will also fight, and that fight will be there. And I think as things stand now, if they are not monitored, they will march to Kinshasa. Because I saw what Sesekedi is doing, is mobilizing youths that are not inexperienced in war, people who have not fight anywhere, and you give them guns to go and fight the rebels who have stayed in forest for very long time, have engaged the trained military for very long time. So those people are very trained. So I think the problem in Congo will be solved by the Congolese. I don't have a problem as a Kenyan, but I'm giving example. We can't tell the Somali people like Aden Duale and the rest and the people of Mandera that go back to Somali, you are not Somalis, you're not Kenyans, you go back to Somali where your brothers are. But we are not telling them, go back with your land. Let us reduce the size of Kenya, and because that is what will happen in this part of the world. If you insist these people are not Congolese, if you insist these people are not Congolese, but
hold on.
That is their ancestral. Yeah?
Yeah, you just hold on there. We are coming back to you. Thank you. You have made your point. And I will want to play that Nyerere's claim. And then from there, we can have Pastor Kelley responding. And there is another question on the comment section to Pastor Kelley. We'll combine all of them that he gives this equal response. Thank you for sharing. And then Ayaga, either you move away from the microphone or reduce your volume completely. It's cracking and fluctuating at the same time. But we have heard you clearly. Thank you for coming in on that. So let's hear this, and then we now see where are we from all this.
The Banyamulenge are not immigrants to Zaire. They're not. The kingdom of Rwanda was partitioned between the Germans and the Belgians. And the Belgians took a part of the kingdom of Rwanda, the traditional kingdom of Rwanda, with the people. So when we say respect that border, which was agreed between the Germans and the Belgians, we must also be saying respect the people whom you received under that partition. You can't turn around and say, we no longer want you. You are no longer citizens of our country. What are you going to do? Are you going to return them alone, or you return them with the piece of land? You can't say go home. Home where? We couldn't in Tanzania get fed up with the Maasai and say the Maasai go home to Kenya. Kenya is not their home. These are Maasai of Tanzania. And my friend Moi can't, for some reason or other, get fed up with the Maasai of Kenya and say go back to Tanzania. That it's not back to Tanzania. They've never been in Tanzania. They've always been there. Their country was partitioned between the British and the Germans. And part of them went to Dutch East Africa, and part of them went to British East Africa. They are Kenyans. They're not Tanzanians. And our Maasai are Tanzanians. They're not Kenyans. If we want them to live under the same flag, Kenya and Tanzania should federate. The only way we can put the Maasai under the same flag. So that's a problem in Zaire. This problem of the
Okay, there you have it from Mwalimu Nyerere addressing a conference in New York. That must be back in 1986 or something. But to add on that, there is a question here. I want to ask Kelly, who is Mama Olivia, who lived in Kinshasa as the mother of Joseph Kabila? Is that true? If you have that information, probably you should also consider that. And then Putin is asking, what is Trump saying concerning the situation in Congo? I don't know. You will let us know. So, Pastor Kelley, you can respond to that, and then we get back to continue. Okay, there you go. Your mic is on now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, the first question about Oliva, it is Olive Lembe. She's not the mother of Kabila. She's actually the wife. Okay? And she's living in Kinshasa. It is the legitimate wife of Joseph Kabila, but we don't call him that name anymore because we have known his real name. And about Trump, recently there has been a question that has been asked to him. He said he cannot respond at the moment. That is a serious case. So we are yet also to know what Trump said. Now, if I can go back to what Mwalimu Nyerere has spoken, what Ayaga spoke, allow me to tell Brother Yaga, you have some truth in what you've just said. There are elements of truth in things you've spoken, but it is not the entire truth. There are somewhere you have some distorted truth. And unfortunately, that is what the Kagame Rwanda government wants you to believe. Unfortunately, you have believed that. The partition of Africa, just like Nyerere said, Congo is not different. Every country in Africa or in the world, including America itself, where there is a border, you'll find Texas in America bordering Mexico. You'll find Mexican in America and some in the other side. So you'll find Spanish being spoken in those areas of America, which is bordering Mexico. That's why states like Texas and California and this Arizona, you find a lot of Spanish speaking there, and even Spanish has been taken like second language after English. Myself, as I'm speaking, I come from Kasai province. Kasai province is a province that is bordering Angola. We share border with Angola. And my tribe is called the Luba people. My tribe has been cut into two. Part of my people are in Angola. They are Angolans. When you cross over to Angola, the official language they speak is Portuguese. And when you come to Congo, the official language we speak is French. But when we speak mother tongue, we speak the same language. We all speak Chiluba. When you go to West Congo, which is Congo Central, you heard of a town called Matadi. If I may just refer to some common names that people know in Kenya, you have heard of Tabule Rochero, you have heard of Mbilia Bel, those famous musicians. Their province in Congo also borders Angola, and in some area to the north, they border Congo Brazzaville. Do you understand that? And you find these are the Bakongo people. Their tribe is called Bakongo. You spell the Congo not with C, like the country Congo, DRC Congo. That one is spelled with C. But the tribe called Bakongo, it is spelled with K. So Mbiliabel, Tabule Rochero, comes from a tribe called Bakongo. And their tribes, to the south, they border Angola. And to the north, they border Congo Brazzaville. And that is where Kinshasa and Congo Brazzaville are it's just the river Congo which separate. It's actually one city which has been divided by a river.
These tribes, you find the Bakongo people in Congo Brazzaville, you find them also in Angola. When you come to the north, Pastor Ngozi, recently, you know, I've come from Congo, and you know what I went to do in Congo, right? I went to a town in Congo. I actually went to Isiro, the town of the man Corneille Nanga. But the place I entered Congo from Kampala, I went to Arua. Arua and Congo, they border with a town called Aru. That Aru place is actually a home of Luos. In Congo, we have Luos. Luos are not just in Kenya. They are not just in Uganda and South Sudan. They are also in Congo. I heard the Luo language in Congo. It was my second or third time to be there because I've never been in the whole part of Congo. Until I was shocked. I said, what? And when we speak Lingala, we speak fluent Lingala. And then when they speak their mother tongue, I hear them talking, Maber, hey, Bera. And I say, what? Are you people Luos? I say, no. We are what they call here in Congo, if I can remember just that name of the Lugbara. In Congo, they are called the Lugbara. In Kenya, they are called the Luo people. The language is the same. And the physiognomy, you see the way they are dark and blah, blah, you know, just the same. So we have Luo people in Congo. But the question is, have you ever heard my tribe, which is in Angola, that the government of Congo says because the Luba people in Angola are being mistreated, now I'm sending my troops to Angola to fight for their right? Is that not an invasion? Is that not a violation of international integrity of boundaries of the country? That is what Rwanda is doing. And I don't know why Mr. Ayaga is not seeing that. Have you ever heard? Now Tanzania say the Maasai who are in Kenya are being mistreated by the Kenyan government. Now we are sending troops to go and protect their right. That is what Kagame wants you to believe, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that is what Kagame wants you to believe. He has other motives behind. Coming back to what Mwalimu Nyerere have spoken, he's speaking of the Banyamulenge. Yes, Banyamulenges are Tutsis. But Mulenge, the Banyamulenge does not exist. The Tutsi exist. In Congo, there is a mountain, like in Kenya, you talk of Mount Kenya, Mount Elgon, Mount Serengeti, whatever. In Congo, there is a mountain called Mulenge. Now, these Tutsi people, and it is found in a territory called Fizi territory, where Congo is sharing common border with Tanzania. When you are in those sides of Mulenge, you see Tanganyika Lake beneath. And on the other side, you see Tanzania. And a little bit on your left side, you see Burundi. So there is nowhere in that place Congo is bordering with Rwanda. The bigger share of common border between Congo and Rwanda is found in the province of North Kivu, where there is fight. Now, when the colonial master divided, yes, it is true. The tribes can be found in this part, and these are just like we have all said. But the ones who were in this side of North Kivu, Mobutu, the late President Mobutu, issued them citizenship. We recognize some Tutsi who have this Congolese citizenship, and Mobutu proved it during his time. He appointed what we call I don't know how in French, in English I can call it, and I don't think you have it in Kenya, that position. We call it the directeur de cabinet du président de la République. It means in State House, in the presidency of Kenya, there is one person who is like the chair of all of them. He's the one who take care of businesses. Before you reach to the president, every staff of the presidency have to reach. He's their boss. Then he reports to the president. So that is called directeur of the cabinet, directorate of the cabinet of the president, if I may translate it like that in French. Mobutu went on and appointed a Tutsi by the name Bisengimana to be his director of the cabinet of the president of the republic. I guess Mr. Ayaga is aware of that. If he's not, then I'm shedding light to what he said. Saying that these people are fighting for their right, it is wrong. Because there's no right they are fighting, they have the right. And going to the Banyamulenge now, the Banyamulenge, these people are far away from their land, far away from where Congo is bordering Rwanda. These people, the Banyamulenge, were actually the refugees, my brother. They came to Congo during the 1953, 52, 51, when Rwandese fought among themselves, when the Hutu people overthrew the government of the Tutsi people, and they ran into Congo. They are document proving how the UNHCR took them in numbers of families and took them there, because in the chart of the UN, refugees are supposed to stay 100 kilometers or more away from their border country. That is why they were taken to this mountain called Mulenge. So they were refugees there. But the Congolese Tutsi were on the side where Congo borders with Rwanda, and they are citizens of the country. And some of them are born in Congo, and they are, as I'm speaking to you, my own sister, by the way, was married to a Tutsi in Rwanda. The husband just died recently in 2003, leaving my sister with 10 children, and all of them looking like the Tutsi, and they call me uncle, and I'm glad. Even today, I was chatting with one of them, asking me, "Hey, uncle, how are you in Kenya?" I asked him, "How are you guys there?" He's actually in Gisenyi, the town that is bordering Goma. I say, "How are you guys? You people should just put yourself in prayer and make sure God covers you in case of anything." So I have nephews and nieces who are Tutsi people. Just for the information to try and clarify our friend here, Ayaga. The Banyamulenge, now they call themselves Banyamulenge. It is the name of that mountain, Mulenge. How can Masai, for example, run from Tanzania, and the UNHCR takes them and say, you cannot stay in Namanga because the laws of international refugees says you must be 100 kilometers away or more from your border country. Now we are taking you toward Mount Kenya. And then they go and establish them in Mount Kenya. Years later, these Masai from Tanzania start calling themselves, we are the Banya Mount Kenya. Does that make sense? They say we are Banya Mulenge. Mulenge is the name of a mountain, my friend, just to give you a geography of Congo. And it's actually 300 kilometers away from where Congo is bordering Rwanda. Where they are, they see Tanzania face to face. On the left side, they see Burundi. 1951, 1952, 1963, that's where they were taken there. But those living in the border, Ruchuru, Masisi territory, and all those others, they are Congolese. And they are quiet, and they know it. They are not the ones who are fighting, my friend Ayaga. Why have you fallen into the trap of what Kagame wants the world to believe? These people are being used. Their name and identity is being used by Kagame, saying that they are being mistreated, they are being blah, 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 blah. That is all a lie. The ones that we know have issues are those in Mulenge, because those were taken as refugees. But many of them were born there now. They are the first generation that was taken as refugees is no longer there. Those who are born in the land, they actually have Congolese citizenship. They can even show you their ID. Who is saying that these people are being mistreated? Mr. Ayaga, you are misinformed. And you have fallen, unfortunately, to the trap of what Kagame wants you to believe. Kagame wants that land of Congo. That's what he wants. And he is bringing all these issues to try and distort the entire truth. And to your information, there are groups of these Tutsi people who are against him. We receive videos. We receive audios. They speak out. They speak in French. It's just that you don't understand French. They say that we don't want our identity to be used by the regime of Kigali. One of them even said in parliament, they are in parliament in Kinshasa. One of them says, we do not need any external government to speak on our behalf. We can speak for ourselves. Here we are in parliament. We can fight for our right here in parliament. Kagame wants 300 kilometers square of Congo, where there are strategic minerals that makes the computers, the TV, all the phones that you have today. If Congo will shut the door, you will not have those phones, including the computers. That's what Kagame is after, and it is not him who wants that. It is the European Union. Watu wajue ya kwamba wazungu wanastumia huyu Kagame kuua wa Afrika for their own interest. And the whole of Africa, except maybe Mr. Ayaga, is okay with that. But the rest of Africans are mad that Kagame is being used and allow himself to be used by Wazungus to butcher his own people. Have you read the report of the UN? There are 3 reports of the UN. The experts of the UN have descended on the ground to evaluate the case. It is on the Security Council of the UN. 3 reports, all showing that Rwandan troops have occupied Congo. 4,500 troops in Congo. And the killings, so far Congolese have died in 13 million Congolese people, have been killed systematically and quietly. The report is in the UN. This is not me, Pastor Kelley, saying. This is a report of the report. They call it the mapping report. And after the mapping report, there are 2 other groups of expertise from the United Nations have been sent to evaluate the case. They have reported the same. Over 13 million Congolese people have been butchered. What Kagame wants is his troop to come to Congo, that part of Congo, and kill and cause terror and kill Congolese so that the Congolese will fear and run away so that they leave the land for them. And then the Tutsi people from Rwanda come and occupy, say, these were the Congolese Tutsi who have been here. That is what Mr. Ayaga doesn't want. I told you, you have some truth, but you don't know the truth. You have some distorted reality. There is no true Congolese who will listen to you and agree with you. In fact, it is making our heart to bleed, the things that Kagame has made you believe, and unfortunately you have believed. The Tutsi Congolese are there. They have their identity. They have their IDs. They are not the one fighting. They are not the one fighting. Kagame is using their identity. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Pastor Kelley. We appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to engage, let's continue inviting each other, participate into the show. Give the video a thumbs up, please, and let's focus and ensure that we get what needs to be gotten. That explanation by Pastor Kelley almost fits the Dadaab camp, refugee camp in Northeastern. It has a majority of the refugees from Somalia. So the Somali government could come to Kenya to ensure that we don't mistreat the Somalis. I don't know how that plays out in the law. Ayaga, if you're here, you should now help me make sense of the same as we continue to engage. What Pastor Kelley has said, what is your view? And is there any legality in crossing over the border to go and save somebody who is your family or your relative or your community? Is there any legal grounds for that? And that legal ground, is it supported by the international law? Ayaga. Ayaga, unmute, your mic is off.
Okay, you can hear me now. I think I've changed into another gadget.
Yeah, that's much better. Go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay. What I'm saying is very simple. I'm not saying that I support Kagame or the accusation on Kagame. What I'm saying, the history must be put in its right place. That there are some Tutsis that were annexed into Congo, and the story that are coming from these people that the government just they have been neglected. You see, you know what always bring problem in a country is where you are in a country and then you feel you are not part of this country. That is the only thing that brings war. But these cross-border things happens. Remember, Al-Shabaab always use the northeastern to hit Kenya. We can't go and blame the Somali government of aiding the Somali community to attack the rest of Kenya. Let us just be sincerely speaking, sometimes the truth. As much as we blame the Kagame, he may play a role because that part of world is very rich and he may have interest in that part of the world. Is he a human being? We can't rule out. But let us blame the government of Congo for what he has done by neglecting the people of Goma and refuse to recognize those people as part of their territory. They always recognize the land, but not the people.
Order.
There is no way you can recognize.
Hold on. Pastor Kelley here has given us two scenarios. The Panyamulenge, the people that were the territory, the scramble for Africa and the dividing of the nation, asked them from Rwanda to Congo are Congolese citizens. They are recognized, they have IDs, the ones that Nyerere is referring to. Then he talked about another scenario where the refugees out of the wars in Rwanda in the 50s were taken to Congo as refugees and was settled in that Mulenge, is it Mulenge mountain? Okay. They were not originally Congolese and they were not axed by reason of territorial dividing. They were transferred just like we have Somalis in Dadaab and the other refugee camp. Then they set the refugee camp under that mountain. So they are not citizens. So those people cannot be fighting for their rights.
I'm talking about the Tutsis.
Yes, they are ones we are talking about, the Tutsis, who are taken by the UN, okay, human rights, international human rights.
No, Bernard. You have missed the point. You have missed the point.
I'm just explaining what we ordered.
I heard Pastor. I heard Pastor clearly.
Mimi nataka tuelewe na watazamaji wetu waelewe kile tunachosema. It's not even who is right, who is wrong. I want us to understand that there are those two scenarios. Those who are axed by reason of territorial dividing, and then there are those who are transferred by reason of war as refugees. Let Pastor Kelley explain, and then you respond. Because I got those two scenarios, and you seem to be mixing the two.
Yes.
Pastor Kelley.
Can you hear me?
Yes, your mic is on now.
I am surprised that this brother Ayaga seems not to understand everything I said. He said he heard me clearly, but what he's speaking is not what I said. We are talking of Tutsi people, of course. And Pastor Bernard has said exactly what I said. They are the Tutsi people in Congo. The area Congo is bordering with Rwanda. And I want you to understand one thing before we go even further about the Tutsi people. Even in Rwanda itself, Tutsi people are not majority. The majorities are the Hutus, who are the Bantu people. You should know that. The Tutsi people are just a small minority group of people. And even the area that Congo borders Rwanda, most of the people who are in those areas were not even Tutsi people. They were Hutu people. I want you to understand that, my brother. Don't be speaking things that you don't seem to have knowledge about, and you are trying to make it sound like it is the truth. Please. The area that Congo bordering Rwanda in the North Kivu province, most Rwandese who were living there and those who found themselves in Congo, that area was actually the Hutu people. And then Tutsi, because they were nomad people, like the Maasai, they normally move around with cows, blah, 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 blah. That's how they move around, and they found themselves also in that part of the country. Do you understand that? Now, those who were taken to Mulenge, let me repeat again. Mulenge is a mountain in Congo, in South Kivu province. South Kivu province has a border of Burundi and Tanzania. That is where Congo has what you know about Tanganyika Lake, which is sharing its limit with Burundi and Tanzania. Now, in those areas, Mulenge is found in territory called Fizi territory, because provinces in Congo are subdivided also in territories. Do you understand? After territories, you have a sector and so on. Now, the territory of Fizi, that's where Mulenge Mountain is located at. And that area, when you are there, you are actually seeing on the other side, you see Tanzania. You actually see Kigoma in Tanzania. That is where the mountain is. So Rwanda has been left far away. So how did these people come here? Now they call themselves Banya Mulenge. Like you take now a tribe in Tanzania living in Mount Elgon, now they become the Banya Elgon. Banya Mount Kenya. How many mountains do we have in Kenya? Mention me another one. Then you take a people, you give them the name of that. But these are Tutsi people fleeing the war. When the Hutu took over, overthrew their government in Rwanda, now the UNHCR under the International Red Cross documents are there. If you can even Google, you will find the documentary of the Red Cross, International Red Cross. You Google 1953, the transfer of the Tutsi people from Rwanda to Congo. It is there. You will see it. So document yourself, Brother Ayaga, before you can speak. Document yourself. Videos are even there, how they were taken from Rwanda, fleeing the war, and being taken to Mulenge Mountain. Now, years later, they multiply, they are born. Those who were born there, they are recognized Congolese citizens. I don't see any problem. Kagame is only using the name of these people to try and cover up whatever he has in his mind. And that is what we Congolese, we know and we believe. And that's why we are not going to let him do anything. Oh, Tutsis are being mistreated. Where have you heard the Tutsi? Have you seen the Tutsi people themselves coming up and say, we are being mistreated? This Corneille Nangaa is a Congolese and he's a Bantu. He's not a Tutsi. So why is it not a Tutsi can come appear on TV or on camera and say, we have been mistreated in Congo? Can you show me an evidence of that, Mr. Ayaga? There is none. And Goma is not even a town of the Tutsi people. Like I said, the Tutsi people are just a tiny minority like this. Tiny minority. Even in those areas that they share with other Congolese, they are just a tiny minority. You can see a Tutsi family in the midst of 100 other Bantus. Never a day, Congolese people, the Bantu people, have mistreated the Tutsi people. Never a day. History has proven that Congolese people, we have experienced hospitality to these people. During the genocide of 1994, when they were butchered in thousands, they ran into Congo. We received them. Mobutu opened a corridor and allowed them to come. We received them. Personally, I have been in school with some of them. One day, I even found myself in Rwanda and Kigali, and I saw a guy, a soldier in Kagame's government, calling my name. I looked around as a soldier of Rwanda calling me, only to see that he was my colleague. We sat on the same bench. He was actually on my left. Now, all these things that Congolese government is to be blamed, that is, allow me to use the term. No, I don't want to use that, but it is bullshit. It is a lie from the devil that Kagame wants people like Ayaga to believe. Unfortunately, he has believed it. There is no Tutsi Congolese that has been mistreated by Congo government. I've said it earlier here. Mobutu went on appointing the highest office. Now I can remember that. In Kenya, during Moi, you used to have a position called the head of public service, right? And I remember there was one Dr. Ricky something, a white man. He was having that.
Yes.
That's exactly the
there.
post now. Yes, that's now the post. It is still today in the government of Congo. And Mobutu appointed a Tutsi to be the head of public service. How can you keep on insisting that blame Congolese government, blame Congolese for mistreating you? Brother, please stop that. Stop that. You have fallen into the trap of what Kagame wants you people and people like you and others in the world to believe. Unfortunately,
that's clear enough. Thank you, Pastor. Hold it.
And if allow me one thing, please.
Yes.
Before I forget this, he's talking of the division of lands in Africa. Brother Ayaga needs to be instructed or to be taught the history of Congo. How did Congo became Congo? How did Congo had that? You see that map of Congo, the way geographically it is. How did Congo became like that? There's no time to talk about that. But Africa was divided in the Berlin Conference in 1885, correct? I want him to Google and see the Africa map in 1885. I'm sure even now as I'm speaking, he's doing that. I hope so. I want you to Google Africa map of 1885 and see what Africa looked like. If you will see Rwanda or Burundi, you tell me when you speak. Tell me I see Rwanda and Burundi here in 1885. Rwanda and Burundi did not even exist. Our colonial masters created Rwanda and Burundi. The recent king of Belgium is just that because his country, Belgium, is part of the European Union, which is accomplice of what is happening in Congo, they actually told him to shut up. But there was a time when Kagame now, for the first time in Benin, when he went to Benin, that is the first time Kagame opened up and say, it is not a matter of anything, it is a matter of land. They are Congolese lands, they are Rwandese land which are in Congo. Now it is no longer the Tutsi people are being mistreated in Congo. Kagame spoke it himself that it is about land. Our land is in Congo. Now, what is which? Is it the Tutsi people being mistreated or is it a matter of land? He spoke it clearly in Benin, and when he spoke it, that's when the king of Belgium reacted and he sent a tweet. It is written in French. He said, if I may translate, he said, Kagame is mad. Rwanda and Burundi does not exist. We created it. End of quote.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being part of the great conversation on Sound Candy Talk. I believe you're learning something even as we engage with Pastor Kelley. Time is really running and we really want to get as much as possible. So please, if you have a question, put it in the comment section. We will be able to respond to you. I'm also happy Mr. Guru is here to join in the conversation. We'll soon be giving him time to make his submission. But what's going on around us affects us in one way or another. There is Liz here claiming that we should come back to Kenya. I think there are great lessons to be drawn from this conversation because whatever that is being explained here is not far from us. We have hosted so many refugees in this country, and part of what we are suffering is born out of the same. The Al-Shabaab issue and all these other things that we are dealing with right now. There is now a new frontier to establish a new tyranny of numbers, this time around from Northeastern and not from Central as usual. And so all that is going to be part of this. So if we don't carry these lessons mapema, itakuwa tungejua. We don't need to find ourselves in that particular place. And then also, please, let's mind our language. State your view on this particular show. And of course, on this channel, we seek what is valid, what is respectful, and what should be, if you don't agree with somebody, tell us the reasons, not to call him names or call her names. Calling names is not helping. And we are really pushing so that we move away from the politics of calling names to the politics of fact, sense, and excellence. Let beat me because of your enlightenment and proper excellence of your understanding of issues, not because you are able to run me down by shouting and calling, dragging my name in the mud so that I look bad. And then because you are bad and you have made me look very bad, so you are better because you have made me look very bad. That's the wrong way to go about this. And that has brought us where we are today. And so we need to change our approach and begin to look at what is best in this scenario and what should be done. And then, of course, distorting history. We are victims of distorted history. And when we don't correct our history, we remain without proper identity. And that gives an upper hand to our enemies to prevail over us, because they swing us from east to west, north to south. You know, all of it in the pretext that they want to settle us down when they are really playing us. And so when, you know, push come to shove, we must remove those history maps and begin to ask those questions and get right answers. Thank you very much. So Ayaga, I'll give you your moment. Please, let's go precise to the point and execute whatever that needs to be executed in the interest of time. We need to also have Mr. Guru share, and we'll need to release Pastor Kelley as an early morning engagement. So naomba tafadhali tuchunge muda tunapotoa maoni yetu. Ayaga, go ahead.
Okay. I think you can get me clearly. So what I'm saying is very simple. As much as I believe, and I said myself that I don't agree and the accusation of either Kabila is funding or supporting the revolt in Congo, but the administration in Congo, because M23 is not only the rebel faction in Congo. They may be the active one now, but there are people, there are many more rebels that are still dominant in that country, and they are operating more so in the Eastern Congo. So, okay, so there are so many rebels in that country. That country is not safe.
Hold on. Pastor Kelley, just hold on. We are coming back to you. Respond. Your mic is off. You cannot be heard. Hold on first. He finishes his submission, and then you will be able to respond. So Ayaga, you talked about Kabila. Are we talking about Kagame or Kabila? Let's also be, you know, keen.
I'm talking about Kagame. I'm talking about Kagame. I'm not talking about Kabila. I'm saying Kagame may have a shared problem in Congo that is playing a role in the revolt in Congo. But the problem should lie squarely on the administration in Congo. That Congo from the word go, since the days of Lumumba, the Congo leadership or the political class or the ruling class in Congo has messed Congo more than the foreign African states that are trying to get interest in Congo now. The Congolese leadership, they messed their leadership right from the independent, where they allow the assassination of Lumumba and the rest. So this problem did not start yesterday when Kagame is now aiding the Tutsis, whatever, into the revolt in Congo. This problem is a generational problem. It is something that started in 1960s, even if some people want to make it a problem that started in yesterday. It is not a yesterday's problem. So what I'm saying, the leadership in Congo must take responsibility, shared responsibility on their side. The weaknesses they have had, that they can't actually unite that country as one. Apart from M23, there are so many other rebels groups in that country. It is not only M23. Yes, there is AFP. I think AFP also is there. But my friend, it is not only M23 who are the rebels in Congo. The ones that were being shot the other day in the Mayor Public Gallery is a gang criminal that is operating in Kinshasa, the capital city of Congo. Those young kids who are being shot dead. Sijui Kalumba, sijui Kala something. It is a rebel in that country, so many, and they are operating mostly on the Eastern Congo. Even in the Kinshasa, it is not safe. Let us speak the truth. We can't hide that it is now the problem of Rwanda, because this M23, I have checked, I have confirmed. Bernard, relax. Bernard, relax. I have confirmed this M23 thing started in 2012. That's when M23, March 23, that agreement, they were formerly called the Congo Revolution Army. Then they changed the name in 2012 to M23 on that day, March 23rd. So let us not say they are the only problem in Congo. There are so many other rebels in Congo. You may deal with the M23 today, but there are so many other the rebel groups in that country that need to be dealt with, or they should be listened to and bring to the table so that they have a united country. When you have a united country, you cannot be threatened by a tiny country, not even size of Katanga province, called Rwanda, that Congo, the largest country in Africa in terms of land, I think after Mali, and with the population of more than 300 million people, are crying for Rwandese who are less than 15 million people. Let us be serious and sometimes place the problem where the problem lies. Congo is the richest country in the world, if not in the entire universe. In the world, Congo is the richest nation. And let us speak the truth. If there is a lapse in the leadership in Congo, you don't blame an opportunist like Kagame, who is now looking at the vacuum, because they always say if there is a vacuum, the nature will occupy.
Hold on. Ayaga, you are overstepping. Okay? I asked you, is there any international law that authorizes a neighboring country to cross the border to go and defend their relatives who live across the border? Is there any such requirement? Like the Busia border, we have the Angomudi's family. Okay, you know Angomudi, the former vice president of Kenya. His brother was a minister in Uganda. So part of his family is in Uganda, part of his family is in Kenya. If the Angomudi family is being mistreated in Uganda, can Kenya government cross the border to go and defend Angomudi's family in Uganda? Is that valid internationally?
Bernard.
Yes.
There is no law. There is no law, but let me explain. Let me explain. Let me just explain. Let me explain.
No, let's settle it there. Kagame is in violation.
Because there is allegation. You know, you cannot accuse Kagame. You cannot.
We are not
yet there is no allegation. That's allegation. You don't have evidence that Kagame is aiding Congo, the war in Congo. You should also not persecute Kagame on rumors.
There is a video to that effect. There's a video to that effect where Kagame
No. Which video?
If his people are being mistreated, he has a right to go and defend them. Okay, and that is.
I've heard those are allegations. It is an accusation.
I argue you're making now noise. Let's do this. Even if it's an allegation or an accusation, and it does not meet the requirement of the law, then we should treat it as a violation of the law. Secondly, other rebel groups, okay, are a part of the Congo problem. We agree. But right now, we are discussing this M23 and the Kagame Rwanda issue. So raising up these other ones is a diversionary from what we are addressing as our discussions today. And I'm not necessarily limiting you to the same, but let's go to one issue, then we go to another, other than opening this other one to water down the gravity of what we are discussing. But you and I agree that it is not proper for any country, like right now we are talking of Uganda crossing into Kenya to come and take a Besije, abduct a Besije, is against the law. Okay, it's a violation. It is not, should not have taken place. So how do we now justify that Kagame is on record claiming that he's defending the Tutsi who are part of the Rwandan family in Congo for being mistreated? And when did the Kagame become the prefect of Congo, that when the Tutsi are being mistreated in Congo, they go to report to Kagame that we are being mistreated. They should complain to their government, which is the government of Congo. How does Kagame get involved into that? I think that's where the truth lies, other than us beginning to look for justification where there is no justification. But in the interest of time, please, I know this is a hot issue and is going to enlist a lot of heat, but I want us to maximize on the time available and get as more people to participate as possible. So please, let's restrict ourselves to the discussion and then be able to address it. And I also want to, there is something Liz is introducing here, which I really don't want to dive into. Can we, I don't know why we love dragging things into where they are not. Hey, this country is full of signs, wonders, and miracles. Let me just leave it there. So Ayaga, please, let's hold it there. Let's hear Guru. Eli has also come in. We need to release Pastor Kelley. So I want Guru to raise his point, Eli also to raise his point, and then we will give Kelley his final remarks as he responds to whatever that may have arisen. Then we release him as we continue with the show. The rest of us will continue with the show as usual, but our guest who has contributed greatly on shedding the light on what's going on, and we believe we'll get him back again to dive into whatever that is happening. So naomba tafadhali tupatie Mr. Guru nafasi, alafu Eli, then we go back to Pastor Kelley to give his response and closing remark. We release him and continue with the conversation. Mr. Guru, karibu, how are you today? Your gadget is not obeying you. Just hold on. Let me see if it can help you from this end. Okay, it has refused. You must just sort it out yourself. There you go. Sorry, just click once. Yeah. Oh. Sorry. Hapo basi.
It's okay now.
Hapo sawa, endelea.
How are you?
I'm okay. Good to see you. Karibu sana.
Eri and Ayanga. I believe you are doing well. And Nyakairo. So, the Congo crisis is just an epitome of the bitter colonial history that Africa has gone through. The defined rule that goes back to the colonial times. And unfortunately, our political elite have fallen right in the trap of keeping our countries constantly in conflict. But the Congo crisis has to do also with the resources they are in. And whatever happened in Rwanda in 1994 has a dimension of what is happening now in Congo. It's just like us here. We have Somalis on our side, and then there is a Somali on the other side. And then everything goes haywire. So when I listen to the various voices I've listened to, it's a very delicate situation because there seem to have been Tutsis who are domiciled in Congo even before the crisis that happened. Then there are those who ran there because of the insecurity that came with the crisis in Rwanda. And there are also refugees who are still domiciled in Rwanda, according to the Kagame, who now he says came from DRC. And then he goes on to say that there are 3 times of such a population in Uganda. But what has come out very clearly between Kagame and Museveni, I see a more serious interest in DRC, which is not explained. But if it is true what Kagame is saying, that there is a lot of minerals going through Rwanda to other Europe destinations, and he doesn't care, because the minerals don't reside in Rwanda. They just use Rwanda as a conveyor belt. Then you can see their interests that are there. They are dying, but in the mix, you can see the kind of tension and fighting that is going on in that country. Who is this? Yayanga pointed it out clearly that there are other rebels. It's only that there are small pockets. They are not as lethal as M23. But because the country is in a state of flux where the central government does not seem to have had any good control of the whole region. It's a big country. So you will find pockets of people who want to exploit the resources in that country in conjunction with some foreign countries, because you get to know that even Chinese are there taking some minerals deep in the country, and they are under small pockets of people who control small regions across the country. So it's a messed up affair. And then what you see is that there doesn't seem to be enough interest to solve that crisis from the political elite, both in DRC. The neighbors have not helped either. And the international community also seem to have their own interests, which perhaps the fighting would benefit them more, because what is coming from Congo ends up in their capitals. And you can imagine then it is boosting their economy. So it's a messed up affair. It's totally messed up. And in fact, I pity the people of DRC, because the way it looks, this solution cannot come from foreigners. It is only through the patriotism of the people of DRC to sit down and say enough is enough, come together for the various regions, and even decide on how to define the wealth, if that is what they have been fighting about. If it is a federal government, I don't know whether they run federal governments, they strengthen the regional governments and then decide on how the communities will benefit from the resources, so that there is no tension about a few people, taking advantage of the whole country. I understand that country has more than almost 10 types of minerals, and some of them very unique. Yet it is the poorest country in the world. It has immense mineral resource. Not to mention even agriculture and other sectors that can thrive. I bet Congo, as it is actually the heartbeat of African continent in terms of resource. In fact, that country can be able to stabilize the economies in the region if it was well managed. But unfortunately, what we have are buccaneers and international criminals who have now decided to align themselves with the political elite in the region and exploit the people of DRC. I am very suspicious of those two guys. And you can also remember Kabila coming all the way here to follow his gold from Kibaki. So you can see how deep this problem is, how serious this problem is. And in fact, if we are under very strong AU, it would resolve the DRC problem as an African problem. I believe even those so-called few refugees, they can't exhaust the resources that are there. So it's just fighting. In fact, the people who are benefiting are the foreigners. I don't think those are the main, they are the ones who would finish the dinner for the people of DRC. We have kept Somalis here for a long time ourselves, and we've never felt the heat of having to accommodate about 1 million of them around Kenya, and we are not that rich in terms of minerals. So I do not know why it's become so difficult to have an accommodating, a solution to the problem of DRC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru. We appreciate that. We will be, Pastor Kelley will respond to that later. Let's quickly bring in Eli, and then we go back to Pastor Kelley. We need to release him, and then tutaendelea na mjadala. Nashukuru wote ambao mnajiunga nasi. Tafadhali tumakinike tunapoendelea kukaribishana na kuchambua mambo haya jinsi yalivyo. Eli, please, in the interest of time, let's make sure that we release Pastor Kelley as early as possible. Eli, take it.
Bernard started with Eli, usiongee sana. Okay, thank you.
I am the one who begged Pastor Kelley to
sawa.
Anapaswa kupumzika.
Sawa. Ndugu yangu Pastor Kelley na wote ambao wako hapa kwa hiyo hii platform ya leo, nawapongeza sana kwa sababu hili jambo si jambo rahisi. I really don't think I can add too much because most of the things that I would like to say have already been said. We know about the natural resource conflict. We know about the laziness, no interest from the international sector sitting at the United Nations Security Council. This should have been an emergency situation long ago, not this week or last week. African Union has been very useless as an international segment of diplomacy, and very many other things that have failed the people of the region of the Democratic Republic of Congo. If you consider the amount of people that have been killed directly or indirectly, sometimes you hear 6 million, 7 million since 1996, or even upwards, as I can see Bernard putting his hand there. Yes, can you imagine the lack of interest? So I remember there was a time when the Nigerian oil companies based in Nigeria, especially Shell, where the former, there was a guy called, there was an author who was hanged by General Sani Abacha. This is back in the 1990s. And there was international interest. People were boycotting Shell at the petrol stations in Western Europe because of one guy who was hanged by General Abacha.
Ken Saro-Wiwa.
Yeah, Ken Saro-Wiwa. Yes, Ken Saro-Wiwa. So that was like a landmark thing in terms of civil disobedience and ethical consumerism, where people buy something because they're rejecting companies like Shell, who were part of the problem in Nigeria. But if you look at the issue in Congo, for all these years, we keep talking about the mineral strength that this country has. But we know, and there's been United Nations reports about which corporate companies, global companies, are directly or indirectly involved in this mess. And what is it that African Union should have done? So you find that in the past, we used to speak about the West are messing up the Congo. But we know that China is there, the Russians are there, many African countries are in the Congo. Like Kenya is a hub for, transporting these minerals. You know, in the same way, like Kamlesh partly lied about Kenya having the quality of gold and commercial gold like Tanzania and so on and so forth. It's the same way Kenyans are parading themselves as producers of coltan. The same thing that Rwanda is doing next door to the Congo. Rwanda has some coltan, which is used for producing. No. Give me 2 seconds. Rwanda, look, my brother, when we're discussing this, even though you're from the Congo, we have to be balanced.
It's okay, Eli.
I have not finished.
Pastor, hold on.
Rwanda
you respond.
A really small.
Eli, just focus and execute.
Yeah, okay, I'll focus. Rwanda has a very, very tiny amount of coltan. Rwanda uses that to stage itself as a producer of coltan, a big lie, right? So the ones that it's stealing in North Kivu, it's parading itself as one of the producers of coltan. And these companies know this. This has been in the United Nations report. And this is, I think, one of the most serious issues in this conflict. It is as simple as that. That countries are really, really eating up Congo left, right, and center. Like it's like a, the cartography of Congo is like Congo is a bit like it's owned by countries, including Kenya. Everyone has an interest in there, right? It's a shame. And for me, the big problem is the international community. And when I say that, I don't mean just the Wazungu. I mean the African Union, SADC in the Southern Africa, ECOWAS, all the organizations in Africa. East African community is a joke. Even Kagame, who I don't have time for, has recognized that it's a joke. But what is important in all this is that if there was a form of international diplomacy that can make this a thorough emergency situation with instant sanctions, yani zile sanctions hata ukiona M23, they cannot even own one pistol. You know? There are some sanctions that you understand these people, they pursue such sanctions because it's oil. Western countries, right? But when it comes to Africa, I mean, we are producing the most important item from the Congo. Even now, as we are talking, we would not be having this visual audio discussion without coltan that comes from, I think, 93% from the Congo, the rest, I think, Canada or something like that. This is the huge problem, that there is no meeting being convened by the so-called Security Council and the useless Africa Union. So for me, these are the two big organizations that should have stepped in. Now you think of someone like Cyril Ramaphosa, right, who is the president of South Africa, and I know he has been condemned badly by Paul Kagame. But this one Cyril Ramaphosa, we know that he's a corporate businessman. He has interest in Coca-Cola and things like that, McDonald's. But this one, Cyril Ramaphosa, was involved in dismantling apartheid. He was in the background of the negotiations with the devil, right? This one, Cyril Ramaphosa, is the same person, apart from the former Prime Minister of Finland, Matti Ahtisaari, the only two people in the international stage who know where the weapons are decommissioned in Northern Ireland, that stopped the war in Northern Ireland between the Unionists and Nationalists in 1998. These are the two only people who the United Nations appointed to visit the paramilitary groups in Northern Ireland and show us your weapons. You show us your weapons. We're going to create new laws where your fighters will be able to get jobs like everybody else. Some of them were released from prison in big numbers because of but all these actions were because of one Cyril Ramaphosa. He has never spoken about where those weapons, thousands of weapons, have been decommissioned in this island. Why is it that Africans have a doubt about the actions of Cyril Ramaphosa? Is it because he's a corporate business person? Is it because they think he has an interest, a South African interest, or what? Because for me, this person stopped one of the deadliest wars in Europe. He has the secret of where weapons are kept by people of opposing sides in this Western Europe. People say that Cyril Ramaphosa is a coconut, that's white inside, brown outside. But this man, I think, should have been given a chance by the region. I don't support some of the actions by South Africa, but I think Cyril Ramaphosa, in terms of mediation, because this is my second point, in terms of mediation, bring your enemies closer, and the people who are going to be involved in that mediation, don't start suspecting them just because of their past, their history. Now, my final point, and as I said, I cannot contribute more than I've already heard, because I think you people have given strong points about what is currently happening. My final point was about this man who is now leading the so-called March 23 to march into, Sijui is saying that he's going to march into Kinshasa. This man was the head of the Electoral Commission in the Democratic Republic of Congo. This man actually brought in Tshisekedi into power when there was a dispute of the elections. What is going on? Are you telling me that the international community is not involved in this? There is something spectacularly wrong with our thinking about, when we are being toyed about like by Europeans, is a disaster. Look at the way hundreds of so-called mercenaries, these are just thugs who have come to the Congo, right? But these are not the first type of mercenaries that we see in Africa. Congo is not special. These people have been doing this dirty job in places like Guinea and many other countries, even Burundi. But then, why is it? I fail to understand. Is it because the African Union failed Tshisekedi, failed the people of Congo? So now Wazungus have been brought here to stop a conflict, but then in guise of, these people have been brought here to steal the wealth, to protect the stolen wealth. So my submission is as simple as that. Number one, the international community vis-a-vis the Security Council and the African Union, the UN Security Council and the African Union. And then we have failed to give certain individuals, time to mediate in this conflict. And my third point is I'm really, really, really thinking, why did even those mercenaries be allowed to jump into those aeroplanes ati wanakimbia kwa haraka? Wangefungwa wote, either on the Congo side or Rwanda side. That's my point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eli. We appreciate that great, vast information. Naomba, in the interest of time, I give to Pastor Kelley. You can respond, Pastor Kelley. You give your closing remark, and then we'll let you, then ndio tufungulie mama here and Lala to continue with the show. Otherwise, I would want everybody, please, let's focus. It's important to draw lessons from the conversation. And then please, history is factual. History is factual in the sense that those people we are talking about are not imaginations. They must be real people, and they must have lived in a specific place at a specific time. That's why I'm talking about history is factual. And so when there is a claim of something in the history, we go and confirm it. as it is. If there's distortion to that particular history, then compare it, like the Bible says, where there are 2 or 3 witnesses, a matter is settled. If there's a dispute that Jomo Kenyatta existed in Kenya, then let's go and confirm. We should get at least where this information came from. And if we are in doubt, we find another witness of the same, then we run into conclusion. So it's not a matter of push and pull. Otherwise, thank you so much. Tuendelee hivyo hivyo. Pastor Kelley, as you respond, there is Putney here suggesting that Tshisekedi should go and look for Putney to help him sort out the issues in the Congo. I don't know what is your take on the same. Karibu, lakini.
Okay, is my mic on? Are you hearing me?
Yes, your mic is on. Go ahead.
Well, let me start with that. Actually, Congo and Russia have got military agreement as well as with China. Okay, Congo has strengthened its diplomatic relations with Russia and China, and most of our weapons that we are using now in our current army, which is being rebuilt and reorganized by the President Tshisekedi, is coming from Russia and China. Okay, just to make it clear, because just like somebody here mentioned, I think Ayaga, I don't see him as if he's disappeared. He has mentioned that way from independence, there has been a lot of things going on in Congo, mismanagement. I agree with him, all that. Mobutu did not really lead that country well. He was also used by Westerners, especially Americans, to kill Lumumba. Actually, he's the one who arrested Lumumba and handed him over to the Belgians, who killed him and put his body in acid, and they dissolved him. And when he took over, he was not serving the country. He was serving the interest of those who put him in power. Now, when they were tired of him, now they brought in Mzee Laurent Desire Kabila. And when he came to power, but they used Uganda and Rwanda to help him fight Mobutu. When he came to power, he opened his eyes. He wanted to change the whole thing and play a game with them to overthrow them. And they ended up killing him. They brought Hippolyte Kanambe Kazemberere, whom they surnamed Joseph Kabila, so-called son of Mzee Laurent Desire Kabila. So all this while, we did not have an army in Congo. So anybody could come in the Congo and do whatever they want. Somebody here mentioned there are so many rebel groups in Congo. I want to say that is not true. There is a misconception of what we call voluntary defense force. There are these young men who have opened up their eyes, just like you and me can sit in this platform and we are discussing, we are shedding light to each other. I'm sure there is something I can say that can shed light to you and you can understand, and you can say something I agree with you and something I don't. Now, there is this new generation in Congo. Young people are opening their eyes. They are reading the history. They are looking back into the history of the country. They are saying enough is enough, especially during the 18 years rule of Joseph Kabila. That is when we thank God Joseph Kabila did what he did, because it is him who helped Congolese people to open their eyes and see. That is when hundreds of groups from different tribes. Allow me to use the case in Kenya. We had like the Mungiki. There was a time Mungiki was in Kenya. There was also this Jeshi la Mzee. There was a Taliban. And so those different groups, we don't hear about them anymore. Such like things, they came up in Congo. In almost every tribe in Congo, we are almost 450 languages that are spoken in the entire country of Congo. And in each tribe produced young people who decided to take weapons to fight for their right. Now, during Kabila, the UN called those illegal groups. They call them what you are saying here, rebel group. Like Ayaga was saying, there are so many groups, so many rebels group in Congo. That's why I was disagreeing. These people never killed any of their fellow citizens. They never raped any of their fellow citizens. They never did even steal from anyone, because they use juju, this traditional medicine, to protect themselves. And those jujus They even work with the 10 commandments of the Bible. It prevents them from doing any harm to anyone. If you break any rule, be sure that a bullet from the enemy will gang you down. So they go and they respect those rules from their traditional, masters, whatever they do. They have never done any evil report. The UN call them militia. They call them illegal groups, illegal whatever. And here some are calling them rebels. They are not rebels. These people took weapons to defend themselves against what they saw, the international conspiracy coming against Congo. It is they created what we call the resistant movement. That is what today, when Tshisekedi came into power, he had the same view. He had the same view. He was calling them illegal armed groups. But upon sitting down with their leaders and understanding the philosophy behind them, and he looked at the report of the UN only called them illegal armed groups. But there is no killing, there is no stealing, there is no looting in the UN report. But all those bad things were associated only with the M23. The report of the UN is there. I don't know if my friend Yaga has that in mind. And even as I am speaking, condemnation are coming from all over these international countries, like some brother Eli and Guru have just spoken, because the Congolese people recently, I don't know if you saw it in Kinshasa, they were marching in different cities of Congo, and they went into different embassies. They burned the embassy of France. They burned the embassy of Belgium. They burned the embassy of Rwanda and Uganda even. They went to different, especially European Union countries' embassies. They caused havoc. It caused these Wazungus to wake up and say, no, 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 no. I think the Congolese people were meamuka. Now condemnation is coming. The Security Council has issued a lot of condemnations against Rwanda and asking Paul Kagame to withdraw 4,500 troops in the land of Congo. Mr. Ayaga, if he's still online, I don't know if he's about that, because he was arguing with you that those are just allegations. Allegation, you mean that even the Security Council, and actually it is the ambassador of the United States which condemned Rwanda, and the ambassador of the United States is the one who gave the exact figure of the troops that Rwanda has in Congo. Are you telling me that America is just raising allegations against Rwanda, as Mr. Ayaga was saying? Now, Tshisekedi sat with the leaders of these groups and understood that these people are not rebels. They are not fighting against any government. They are only fighting to protect their lands. These people, they witness the M23 with the Tutsi army from Rwanda, butchering their mothers, raping their sisters, killing their cows, and taking anything, creating havoc. In fact, brother, they could even take a knife and open a womb of a pregnant woman and take the baby out alive. And you expect these young men in these villages just to fold their hands and see you doing all these things? Come on, let's use common sense. Everybody will sit down and start planning for revenge, and that is normal. So that is why they were over. In fact, there was a time the report came that there were 300 illegal armed groups in Congo, according to the UN. But when Tshisekedi came and he realized that these young people, they took weapons not to fight the government or to steal or to do all these havocs, but actually they took these arms to oppose and to resist the invading army from Rwanda. That's when Tshisekedi said, no, calling these people illegal armed groups is not correct. We call them now the reservists in the army. Ayaga said that these people don't have experience of war, blah, blah, blah. I'm just laughing. I just laughed when I heard him saying that. Because look at how they have killed a lot of Rwandan army in the Congo, and these are special force from Rwanda. Yet they are being killed like flies by these so-called untrained people. My friend, you should document yourself properly concerning some issues before you can raise up this issue and speak. Now they are no longer called rebel group as you are calling them. That's why when you were saying that, I was saying, no. There is no more rebel group in Congo except the so-called rebel group, which is not even a rebel group. It is an invading army from Rwanda, just putting on a t-shirt of rebel M23 from Congo. And they take Corneille Nangaa, they take another guy called Willy Goma. They are not even 10 Congolese in the whole thing. And they put them in front to be speaking and then make it appear that it is a Congolese affair. No. Coming to the minerals, Brother Eli, I think, is the one who was raising that issue. I want to make it clear. Let Kenyans know. Yes, Congo is rich in minerals. God has blessed that country with everything that you can imagine. At the same time, just like you have mentioned, that is even the misfortune we are facing, because Wazungus don't want to leave us alone. And that is why Congo is the way it is to this day. But we thank God, everything has got a beginning and everything has got an end. With the man called Tshisekedi, we are beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. We are beginning to see the end of all these things you have spoken. I agree with you. There has been mismanagement. There has been this and that and that. International community, wazungu kuingilia kati, kuua our leaders so that they can put whoever they want. But with Tshisekedi, wamefail. Wamefail. Tshisekedi have understood the philosophy of bringing Congo together, and Congo is not divided like Mr. Ayaga has spoken. I wonder in which Africa he lives in. Congo is not united. Of course, in every country, politically, there is the government and there is opposition leaders. Wako hapo. Just like in Kenya, we have also opposition. They can also make their declarations. When the government does this, they have also a say to speak, and that they do in parliament, which is there, which is normal. But when it comes to armed group, ni hiyo tu invading army ya kutoka Rwanda. Hizo zingine walichukuanga bunduki wapigane na invading armies. In the Ituri province where the Congo borders Uganda, there was militia called Zaire, there were nini Mobondo. In Kinshasa, there is now Mobondo, which they have risen, na ni watu wanatoka Congo Brazzaville, just in the bit of trying to destabilize the country. Hiyo ndio kitu I want this brother Ayaga to understand, and anyone listening to me. But the government is dealing with them seriously. He's talking about people who have been killed in Kinshasa. Those were what we call kuluna. He did not know the proper name to call them. They are called kuluna. Kuluna is our street boys, and then they turned into gang. Like in Haiti, you see now in Haiti, there were group of gangs, and they are just killing people with machetes. Now the police in Kinshasa have organized, and they are catching them. Tshisekedi, first of all, was taking some of them by force and taking them into training. Some of them, as I'm speaking, have been trained into what we call builders of the country. Wamekuwa waseremali, wanajenga sasa nini viti, they work in mechanic, they work in different, and then in agriculture. There is now the national service. Like in Kenya, you have the youth service, national youth service. Tshisekedi has instituted that. Ameanzisha hiyo, na ni hawa vijana ndio wamewatoa kwa street kuwaweka kwa hiyo service. Sasa wanalima, wanatoa mahindi, chakula imeanza kuonekana kwa jeshi. That is what jeshi is eating, and the police. Wale walikataa, they are the ones who are being killed. There was a time Michuki ordered the police to shoot, to kill. Aliua wajambazi wote Kenya. Tuliona Kenya during Michuki time, mikoro walipunguka. That's the same thing now is happening in Congo. I don't know why Ayaga have a problem with that. So coming to mineral, nirudi tena kwa minerals. Even you listening to me, if you want to go to do mineral business in Congo, you are welcome. There is no disorder. You talk of Chinese, Russians, whatever. These people are not looting Congo. China has signed bilateral agreement with Congo, mineral against infrastructure. You know Congo didn't have roads. But as I'm speaking under Tshisekedi, China exploits minerals in exchange. This year alone, China has given to Congo $7 billion. And they are using it to build roads. Right now, kuna barabara inajengwa kutoka hapa border ya Uganda inaenda mpaka Kisangani, over 1,300 kilometers. And other roads are being built by the Chinese, just like they are building in Kenya. Si wao ndio walijenga SGR and so on. Now, the same agreement in Congo, Congo doesn't give money to China. China come exploit minerals, and then in exchange, wanatujengea barabara, the infrastructure. The same with all these. That is the kind of organization Tshisekedi has come to restructure everything, to put now things in order. Sasa kufika kwa pande ya Coltan huko sasa North Kivu mahali wanapambana, hapo ndipo Kagame analeta shida. Anataka hiyo sehemu iye wake. My brother Eli, allow me with humility of heart to contradict you. Rwanda does not even have a drop of coltan, neither any mineral. Please do not believe the lie that Kagame wants you to believe. Rwanda haina hata toni moja, kamchanga kamoja of any minerals. Hana. Ayaga called Kagame opportunist, and that's exactly what he is. And that's exactly who he is. Personally, I remember sometimes back in 2003 or whatever, I was just living here in Kenya. I went to Congo. I bought some diamond. I brought to Kenya to sell hapa kwa Waindi hapa some diamond. But during that time, there was war in Sierra Leone and in Liberia. So there was an embargo from the international community for all minerals coming from Africa, because they said it is financing the wars. Now, I didn't make good money, so I dropped. So, which means, ukitaka, enda tu, Congo Embassy iko hapa. Just introduce yourself, nataka kwenda kuinvest kwa biashara ya minerals. Just follow the law. Follow the law. Pay all the dues to the government. And unapewa license yako, and you start exploiting. Ukitaka kuitoa Congo ipeleke Russia, just pay the dues of the government and you will be served. So hakuna shida, hakuna eti foreigners, they are there, they are looting. No, they are not looting. With Tshisekedi, restructure kila kitu, serikali sasa inapata sehemu yake. But it was not so with Kabila, 18 years. He came to power as a rebel. Alikuwa amevaa gambut akikuja kwa power. Amemaliza 18 years, the guy is flying private jets, having different businesses all over the world. Mtu alikuja rebel anavaa gambut, alinunua Kikomba. 18 years, he's flying private jet. Of course, you are right to say that kumekuwa mismanagement. Yeah, that's the case of Kabila, can tell you that. Lakini Tshisekedi amekuja kuharibu hiyo maneno yote. Amefungia wazungu njia na ndio hawamtaki. They want to sacrifice him the same way they did with Lumumba. But unfortunately for them, I believe God's time has come for Congo. Ndio unaona wa vijana waliamuka wamechukua bunduki, wale munawaita eti rebel. They are not rebels. These are self-defense people. They are defending now their country from invasion of any. They don't want any nonsense. Na Tshisekedi amewa legalize kuwafanya kuwa army reservist. They are fighting alongside the National Army of Congo. Na saa hizi tunaongea na nyinyi, thousands of them are coming after these M23 have taken over Goma. Wamejitokeza, yani wazimu imetoka kwa kichwa. I don't know. Ni vile tu so many videos are in French. Amwezi mkaelewa labda if you don't speak French. That is why some of the informations are not coming to you that way. But I want you to know, in brief, Kagame is an opportunist, an armed robber, a gangster that Africa does not need. That is what you should know. Hata huko kwake Rwanda, Rwandese people don't want him. Hawamtaki na hawafurahie. They don't support him for what he's doing in Congo. Nyarwanda wanajua vile tumeishi na wao in harmony. It is only when Kagame came to power ndio munaanza kuona shida kati ya Congo na Rwanda. Kwa nini haikukuweko wakati ya Habyarimana? Kwa nini haikukuweko wakati ya Michombero? Kwa nini haikukuweko before that? Only when Kagame came to power, Congo na Rwanda inaanza vita. Why? Anatumiwa na wazungu kupora mali ya Kongo, kuua Wakongomani, anapeleka Ulaya, anapewa pesa. Na haifaidi Wanyarwanda wote. Anyone who is supporting Kagame should not call himself an African leader. African Union, yes, it has failed. I agree with you. And East Africa OPIA, it may fail. Just like someone here said that it is a joke. That someone said that Kagame himself called it a joke. It is true. In fact, I don't even see the agendas of these organizations. I don't know what is the agenda of East Africa Community and African Union. Nini wanafanyanga hatuonangi. Africans are killing each other. Moja anavamia mwingine, moja anavamia, but they are quiet. What statement have you heard from the African Union concerning the issue of Rwanda na Congo? None. Wale wanatoa statement European Union and the Security Council in the UN huko ngambo. But African organizations, they don't say anything. So, kwa hivyo, to conclude as I'm going to sleep, Congo imekuwa mismanaged, correct? Wazungu never wanted to give us peace, but their time is over. There is no division in Congo like someone has spoken here. Hiyo nimekataa. All, of course, ile political division ya vyama vya siasa hiyo haikosangi, but that doesn't mean that the country is divided. No, it is just different of opinion politically. The opposition atakuja wanataka kura wao ndio washinde, huyu anakuja mimi nataka kushikilia tu niendelee kushikilia power. That is normal. Hata Kenya tunaona hiyo. That doesn't mean Congo is divided. Hakuna mahali Congo iko divided. And Tshisekedi has over 80% support of the Congolese people. It has been proven during the recent election. Alipata kura 73.6% out of 28 candidates. Yeye mwenyewe akapata 73.6%. Wakongomani wanamuunga mkono. Na hata kama mandate yake naisha, people want to see him back. That is why people are agitating that hii katiba tuibadilishe, imupatie huyu na nafasi, because we don't see someone else who is fighting for the country like that man is fighting. Tshisekedi akiuawa, basi mujue Kongo inaisha. Wazungu akifahulu kuua Tshisekedi, mujue Kongo inaisha na it will disappear from the map of Africa. So he is our hope. We want him to stay. The next 5 years ikiisha, before it finishes, we want the constitution to change so that we give him more time. At least aweke misingi. He is putting foundation for the country. And our Kongomani tumeona hiyo. Na Kagame hataki hivyo. Kwa sababu katiba tuko nayo hata saizi sio yetu, ni wazungu walituwekea. So Congolese are peaceful people. Hawana shida na mtu. Hawafukuzi wageni, hawachukie wageni. Watutsi wako Congo na kuna wasehemu yao wakongomani. I said it earlier, I have nieces and nephews who are Tutsi. My sister married a Tutsi guy. Na wamezaa watoto 10. So niko na relatives in Rwanda, Tutsi people. Sina chuki na wao. I love them, they call me uncle and I feel okay. So mambo ya Kagame. You need to differentiate Kagame and the Tutsi tribe. Kagame is not equal to Tutsi tribe. He is using the name Tutsi tribe. And the Tutsi who are in Congo, the Congolese Tutsi, he is using them to perpetrate his hidden agenda, which is looting the mineral of Congo. Na anataka hiyo sehemu ya Rubaya. Rubaya is where the 80% of world reserve of coltan is found. In the Masisi territory, in the province of North Kivu, mahali wanapakana na Rwanda. Lakini ukivuka mpaka Rwanda hakuna hata toni moja. My friend Eli, not even one. Asanteni kwa hiyo machache, nafikiri I've made it clear.
Okay, thank you, Pastor Kelley. We appreciate your input. We will engage you further in another day with another show. We have, me personally, I've learned a lot. I didn't know much, or like I do. As Pastor Kelley signs out, I would want to respond. Is it Amos asking about Nyerere? You may have come in late. We explained the scenario between Nyerere's claim and what is happening. There are two categories of Tutsi in Congo. We have the Tutsi who are locked into the sharing of the territory in the Berlin Conference in 1885. That one are legally Congolese. They have Congolese citizenship. Then later on, there was a war in Rwanda, and then refugees who are also Tutsi, were settled in Mulenge Mountain, which are now like what we have in Dadaab refugee camp. So kuna vita Somali, alafu wa Somali wanaingia Kenya, wanapewa sehemu ya kukaa. Okay? Sasa hao ndio sasa nani anasema wafanywe wa Congolese na wapewe nini? Citizenship. That is illegal. Okay? And that is a matter of international human rights organization. So Kagame anajifanya yeye ndio nani kushinikiza kwamba these foreigners can now become indigenous by reason of him supporting them. So those are two scenarios. So there is no contradiction. What Nyerere said, wale ambao walipatikana wakati the sharing of territories took place, where the territory placed you, that became your home, and nobody's sending you away from there. But if you went to a particular country as a refugee, when the war is over, you either go home or there must be legal ways of you getting settled. And that has to be an express operation of the law constitutionally. It cannot be by you arming yourself and fighting that you have a right. You don't have a right in another person's country, especially when you came for shelter. Ukikuja kwangu kukinyesha, huwezi kusema sasa nihame kitanda. You have a right to sleep in my house. Mvua ikiisha unakanyaga nje. So that is it. So Pastor Kelley, thank you so much. We'll engage you for that. We have really learned. Ladies and gentlemen, let's salute Pastor Kelley as he leaves. We will communicate thereafter.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, that was my pastor. Pastor Kelley is my long-term friend, and we have had rich information from his givings, and we will engage him further if this matter arises again. But nataka tuendelee na mjadala in the next maybe 1 hour or 2 as we continue with the same subject and now localizing it with our local issues here in Kenya. But I think there is much going on that we need to dive into and just, arm ourselves with the right information, especially our history as the African people. We seem to have a lot of distorted information that is deliberately done by those that want to be our oppressors, so that we continue looking lost in our own land, and then they take advantage of the same to loot what is left of us. And so our being more careful and our being more vigilant is our salvation at this point in time. Asante sana. Aya, nimlete Nyakairu, mama yangu ile ulibatizwa wakati nilikuwa nimeenda wapi? Karibu, lakini hali vipi?
Mzuri sana Bernard, nilibatizwa while you are away. So
welcome.
Yes, that is my name, and generally that means black people. So I love it for that sake. I was very happy actually to learn the much I have gathered from Kelley. He has really educated me. He has made me really get to the point, because I was getting a little bit confused over M23, what it means. But now it has come to my picture that these are enemies of DRC, and that is very good. Having to understand that, which is easier for Kagame, because now I'm starting to hate that guy. Which is easier for him? He said that he's going to take that portion where those Tutsi are living and put it on his side. And why? Why is it so? These people went there as refugees. They were given a place to live because they didn't have peace in their country. And so when I give you space, when you are in problems, does it mean you come and take what I have because I have given you a space to stay? So instead of him being grateful, now he's using the muscle to do the damage to the country that really gave refuge for his people when they didn't have somewhere to live. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, which is easier? Is it to get the piece of land to his side, or is to get those people who he believes they are his people and immigrate back to their country? It's easier rather than causing chaos and all these killings and people having feeling anxiety of where they live. So for me, I feel there is something that we are missing here. And Kagame, I believe he has something that he is hiding, and he is not letting us know exactly what he is after. Because he is ama huwa anachotewa na hawa watu ambao wanatumia conveyor belt hiyo ya kupeleka pahali, anagawiwa. So he has seen that badala ya kuwa ninagawiwa, wacha nifanye hivi iwe sasa at least more than what I have been getting, a small share, because now it is becoming that he is becoming more greedy than before, simply because look at these neighbors, and there were no chaos, and now there is chaos just because he is trying to hide, camouflage himself that I'm not doing anything wrong, and if my people are not living comfortable, I'm going to do this. Who is he threatening? He should work hard in his country to make sure if my people are threatened, they can come back home and live the other people's land freely. You know, there was that saying that like now people try to defend that Kagame is not doing that, blah, blah, blah. The king, one time the king's wife the king never expected any suspicion of his wife. If any suspicion arises, that wife is kicked out. So what I'm trying to say, Kagame is doing something that he don't want people to know, but now it's coming out. It has been blown out. Everybody now knows what he is after, and he should be ashamed, and he should stop what he is doing and put his feet in his country, in his perimeter. Don't tamper with the people's life. And when you send a troop from your country, what does that mean? What does it show who you are? Opportunist. Mtu ambaye anatumia hiyo opportunity ya kuwa, kwa sababu kuna watu wanapata zaidi, mimi sasa nimejua njia. It's like he has discovered a way of how he can help himself and get more of what he wanted. So for me, I just feel like it's so sympathetic to see Congolese are being killed by somebody who has peace in his country. Nobody is, being killed in his country, but he can bring chaos in another country because he has a way, and trying to use the small number that are in the country, and they were not there because they were supposed to be there. They were being given somewhere to live for the time being, maybe. And that is what I'm looking in my country, Kenya. These people are being let to come in. This will be the same thing will be happening in our country. Simply because there are people coming slowly by slowly, and we have seen them now starting to grow horns and trying to tell us we are here, and we have come, and we are here to stay. And that will be another problem, just like what is happening in Congo. And we have to be vigilant. Kenyans, we are being invaded slowly by slowly without our knowledge, but I believe Kenyans are aware, but it's only that we have a regime that is not ready to fight back and say, we don't want this because this will be chaos later. And he might not be there when this chaos come for him to be blamed. And so Kenyans, we have to be very careful of what is going on in our country. And we should shout before it becomes a hard work to deal with it. Asante Bernard, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mami. We appreciate that, and that is how our politics has become, where people camouflage. They come as your helper when they're really after your own life, and you house like that proverbial expression ya ngamia akaingiza kichwa akasema hii nondo inasikia nayo ikaingia kidogo, alafu before you know it wakaingia kwa hema yote, then wanataka kuinua hema waende nayo. I think it's important that we get our history right, and of course support what is right. And then as Africans, we have been victims of our own brothers and sisters betraying us to our oppressors. For how long do we want this to continue? I think we need to reach a place where we say no. We need to flex our own muscle, dig our own farms, grow our own crops, dig our own wells, and be able to feed our own people. We cannot continue selling our brothers and sisters for a few pieces of silver in the pretext that we are building on, wealth at the expense of the progress of our continent. So people like Kagame pretending not to be puppets when they are actually puppets, and then in the process they are selling what should be used to build Africa, what should be used to advance Africa, to people who are not interested in building Africa. They would rather have Africa remain as a source of raw material forever than let it develop and become a finished product continent where we are trading with the rest of the world as to the international terms of trade, where they pay the same value, like what Traore is saying. If you want our minerals, then you buy it at the market price of the international market, not for you to come and pick things here for cents and then go sell them in millions and then pretend to be helping us by sending us aid, which you call aid, and then loan, which we pay perpetually, all of it for us to be enslaved forever. And so I really want us as people to dive deep and understand what is going with all this PR treatment that we are being given. So naomba tafadhali tunapoendelea kuangazia masuala haya, let's not be too much dismissal on some facts, but check them out, compare with the rest of the notes, and be able to take a proper stand. But I believe we are headed in the right direction as we realize who we are, what we have, and what we need to stand out for. And that also goes for our country, Kenya. We have lived a life for too long, and the political class has treated us for fools for too long. And we need to begin to raise questions in some of these things and be able to demand that, no, this country is too rich to be this poor, and it's too rich to be complaining about what is happening in our country. I don't think Kenya is poor, because if Kenya was poor, with the level of corruption and level of looting that has taken place for 60 years, it would have collapsed. This country is rich, but somebody wants you to believe that it's poor so that they can continue keeping what rightly belongs to you and pretend to be giving you a slice of bread. Wanasema serikali imekuja, imekuletea transformer, sasa imekuchimbia toilet na imekuletea fertilizer. We must change. Asante sana. I'm not closing. We still have got like an hour or so. But in the meantime, I want us to also remember that we have two issues we are dealing with as a channel. One, the settlement of Frank. I reported yesterday, Frank is now moved to the house and he's safe. I spoke to him just before I came for the show. He's happy, and I'm happy that he's safe with the grandmother in a new place, no longer at the slum. But that is the first step we are doing in supporting Frank And we want to get into the second phase. And second phase is we need to help him clear his education. He needs to get his national documentation, which is an uphill task because he's there's a lot that is surrounding his pursuant of getting an ID and being able to transact as a Kenya citizen. So kuna mambo mengi tu hapo, na I believe we should adopt Frank as Sound Candy Talk son and to be able to support him all the way. I want to appreciate those who have sent in their contribution. I've received responses from, I think, 5 or 6 people who have come in very handy on this matter. I really want us to ensure that we don't relent. And so you can help us in 2 ways: send in your contribution or help us send the information to somebody who can be of help. We really want to not just appear to be helping, but to really help the Frank practically to a level whereby he will be free and, of course, able to be independent, take care of himself, start his family, and live his life happily thereafter. So we are not in this just for testing, and we are not in this for politics. We're in this for really practical help. So I will roll that tape just to get us to get the information, and thereafter we go back to Guru to make his submission, and then Eli, na kama unakuja studio tafadhali wahi mapema. Naomba leo tulianza mapema. We already conquering our 3 hours in a short while, so hatutakaa mpaka ile saa 8. So naomba kama unakuja studio wahi mapema ukajadili masuala haya na mengine ambayo tutakuwa tunaibua kutokana na siasa zetu hapa nyumbani. Otherwise, thank you so much for continuing to support Sound Candy Talk. Let's keep subscribing, like the video, participate in the poll question, and be the person rallying people to subscribe so that we can grow together. Asante sana.
Welcome to Sound Candid Talk News Special Edition. Be sure to subscribe, share the video widely, and give it a thumbs up. God bless you. This is the story of Frank Okoth, a 19-year-old Kenyan whose life is nothing short of a miracle and an inspiration. A young man who, against all odds, survived 6 gunshots during the tragic June 26, 2024, Gen Z protests in Nairobi. Frank is an orphan, raised by his aging maternal grandmother after losing his mother at the tender age of 8. He never knew his father, a result of a teenage pregnancy, and life has dealt him blow after blow. Frank and his grandmother have faced unspeakable challenges, including surviving 2 devastating slum fires that claimed everything they owned: his late mother's documents, birth certificates, and school papers, leaving them with nothing to rebuild their lives. Forced to drop out of school in Form 2 due to a lack of fees, Frank started doing manual jobs to provide for his grandmother. But on June 26, 2024, everything changed. During the protests, Frank joined other Kenyan youth to exercise their democratic rights, peacefully demonstrating against unemployment, rising living costs, and rampant corruption. But the unthinkable happened. Police opened fire on unarmed demonstrators, killing over 20, injuring many, and leaving others unaccounted for. Frank was among the victims, hit by 6 bullets, yet by God's grace, he survived. After a series of life-saving surgeries, Frank can now walk again. But the bullets left a lasting impact. He can no longer perform heavy-duty jobs to support his grandmother. And their iron sheet home, deep in the slum, is inaccessible by vehicles. In case of a medical emergency, help is far out of reach. To make matters worse, the slum is plagued by insecurity, with daily cases of muggings and robberies. Despite all these challenges, Frank dreams of finishing his education, learning a trade, and building a better life for his grandmother, the woman who has stood by him through every storm. This is where we need your help. In the short term, we aim to move Frank and his grandmother to a safer home where they can access medical care and live without constant fear. Long term, we want to support Frank in completing his education, learning a profitable skill, and starting a small business. I've faced so much, but I'm still standing. I want to work hard, take care of my grandmother, and make her proud. I just need a chance. You can be the change in Frank's life. Every contribution, big or small, will go a long way in helping this brave young man and his grandmother rebuild their lives. Let's come together and help Frank fulfill his God-given destiny. God bless you. Don't forget to subscribe, like, share this video widely, and stay tuned for more inspiring stories on Sound Candid Talk. Send your donations to Sound Candid Talk, support Frank Okoth account. The link is in the description below. Together, we can make a difference.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That is it, the story of Frank. We need you to participate into making your contribution towards the support and sustainability of Frank. We want to give them a sabbatical of worrying about their rent and their upkeep for a period of time so that they can heal and be able to face life squarely. Frank should be said to get back in class, clear his education, and pick up the pieces. So that will be the responsibility of Sound Candid Talk in the meantime until that is achieved. So come on board and let's make a difference in this young man's life. Asante. Back to Guru. Guru, namna gani? Sasa changanya hii siasa yetu na ya Kongo tuone. Guru, we can't hear you. Guru, are you still there? We can't hear you, but your mic is on. Ama mimi ndio niko na shida.
I can hear you, Bernard.
You can hear Guru. I don't hear Guru mimi.
I don't hear him.
Okay, I think his mic has an issue. Let's hear Eli if you're there.
Okay, Bennett. Bennett.
Yes, Eli, we can hear you.
Unfortunately, Pastor Kelley is not here, but for me to, to substantiate what I meant earlier on about the situation with the possibility of coltan mineral in Rwanda, what I suggested there was I wanted to even give him the actual mineral, the mines where coltan is found in Rwanda. And we know that Rwanda doesn't have substantial or commercial value. In fact, whenever Rwanda presented itself with selling coltan, it was seen as a diluted version of coltan. Hello?
Yes. Just give the information. He may come back tomorrow to respond, and also the people who had, they can also have notes to compare. So we don't have to
doubt him. I don't doubt him at all. All I was saying is that even in Western Kenya there is the issue of gold, yeah. But that gold is not in terms that can be described as that Kenya is a hub of mining gold, because it's there, yes, but it's not as big as it is in Tanzania. But what my point was that Rwanda has used that to confuse people, because it smuggles coltan from the Congo, which I 100% agree with Kelly. But then they use that conduit where they have these small deposits and say this is actually authentic Rwandan coltan. That's what I was trying to say. But to say that it doesn't have a drop of coltan, I had my objections there. Me, I spent time in Butare, which is the second biggest city in Rwanda. Between 2003 August, was it August? Around October 2003, and 9 months in Rwanda. And this was a time when the president of Rwanda was, being celebrated around the world because of the post-genocide, progressive regime. Of course, this, whatever Kagame was doing then, he still had so many enemies within and around that country, because people have always said that it is because of this man who was trained by the US as a military man, that it was because of him that the actual genocide took place in 1994. And years later, this was France and all those countries, they decided to absolve him from that. But the original claim is still stuck with the moderate Tutsis and the Hutus who side with them, who claim that if Kagame had not, ordered the planes to be shot that killed the 3 leaders, then they would not have had this genocidal situation. This history will continue haunting Kagame until he leaves office. Unfortunately, that's what history does to us. There are those people who are going to believe it, and there's people who will be in denial. What I think is, when are we going to have maybe African leaders, including Kagame and Tshisekedi, just sitting together? Because you have to bring your enemy closer. The closer you bring your enemy, the more you learn about your enemy. But if you're using all these proxies and hoping to fulfill your aim, because to be honest, Rwanda, there is an existential, threat against Rwanda through the crisis in the Congo, and the same applies to the Congo. So both are actually suffering. Rwanda has those kind of, insecurity, psychological, because of the genocide. I don't want to go into the details of what the man said earlier, because it will then become tribal, But I think that those leaders, honestly, they have nothing to lose, Bernard. To come together, really, they have nothing to lose. They can sit down and they say, hey, guys, just me and Kagame, me, Tshisekedi and Kagame, this is what we have found out. This is what we can do. Yeah? Let us de-radicalize our aims. Rwanda can decide not to be expansionist, because that's what everyone is blaming Rwanda for, at the expansionism. The more tribal sentiments, you hear that people say that Uganda is run by a Tutsi, Ati Museveni and what. They were even claiming Kagame's, people are claiming that Kabila's son. I actually heard that comment from the pastor there earlier. He said the so-called son of Desiree Kabila, Joseph, so-called, because people say so-called because they claim that he's a Tutsi. So there's this theory of Tutsi expansionism in East and Central Africa. Me, I don't buy those things. As long as I'm a Pan-African, I believe that wherever you are, that is where you are. You can be a Meru in Garissa and you set your home there. Me, I don't care. So it's unfortunate that that agenda is driven. But these people, finally, in my submission about this situation, they can sit down and talk. like grown men. Not that those people who now they are marching around villages with weapons that they have not even made. You know, this is what annoys me about Africa. These weapons we're using, si zile zetu za zamani, yoati sasa tuko na sijui machine guns, sijui what. Hizo vitu zina, yani niko na aibu sana sana kabisa. Unaona? I know that we have a situation of conflict because of resource and power-hungry leadership, but these people can still sit. But that's why I mentioned President Ramaphosa. Unfortunately, this one, he can't really directly be involved because there's conflict of interest now. But this man is known for bringing the hardcore enemies to the table. Ule Ramaphosa mmoja tu huyo. Okay. Mama there said something very abstract, but I want to know what she really meant. She said that, you know, Nyakairu, I think, she said that there is a situation in Kenya which is almost similar to what is happening in Congo, Rwanda. Until now, there are people who will claim that they are Kenyan, and now they are showing their real self. And they're actually broadcasting it openly. What can you do? This one will put Kenya into crisis. You know, such statements, you know, I'm sorry. We have to qualify them because we don't know the data, where it's coming from. Do you mean it's Somalis, Kenyan Somalis, or do you mean it's from this Luo historical event that happened in Kisumu? Because there were people from different parts of Africa doing Luoism in Kisumu. Do you know that thing actually has made an impact? You know, some people felt it and they said this is really dangerous. This transnational thing of Luos coming from 6 countries. I wonder, as a Pan-Africanist, me, I don't care. You come from Suji, Nigeria, you call yourself Ken, I don't care, just come. So I wanted Mama to qualify what she meant there, not because I want to bash her, but I found it quite interesting coming from someone like her who always talks unity. Thank you.
It's okay, thank you, Eli. But in just on that one alone, into Mama, I think you'll come back and maybe respond to that. But there's a really crisis on the same factor. Right now, the High Court has thrown out the census result for the 2019.
Wow. Hey. I need to hear your link. That is good news.
It's been thrown out on the same grounds, okay? That a particular population of a particular community had been reduced and other places have been inflated. All of it, the clear picture is for political reasons, okay? And the tribe that, or rather community that is in this play is the one that is now talking of tyranny of numbers. So there is something very wrong with the way we are handling our population and our sovereignty as a people. As much as we are Pan-Africans, we must as well respect our borders and how we cross from one border to another. We cannot be borderless and still be, you know, insisting that we are sovereign. If we are borderless, let's remove all the borders, let everybody be an African everywhere. Then that's okay. But if our borders still hold and we have a flag and we swear allegiance to that particular flag, then we should be identifying with that flag. And if some people are assimilated, like there is a group from, what is the name of the guy? The people from Tanzania or from Angola who had been settled somewhere in the coast, who had been now been given citizenship. Then let it be legal, okay? Not that you arm yourself and say you want to fight for your rights when you are a refugee. And then, of course, the children that are born of the refugees, what becomes of them? That's now another issue with the new Trump review that you don't collect your citizenship where you are born. I don't know where else will you go to collect it, because your life needs to be counted from where it started. Now, I think I think we are winding up with the world. And somebody commented to say, have you noted that only human beings pay to live on Earth? There is no other species on Earth that pays. Animals don't pay, mosquitoes don't pay. Only human beings pay to be on Earth. Why is that the case? Well, interesting indeed. Now, naomba hivi. And so I will send you the analysis. I got it from Kumekucha, but I'll get the really source. But it is now, they need, they all say that those figures are not valid. They should not be used for planning or anything. So they are reverting to Oparanya's census of 2009 to be now legal to be used by the government for any other data allocations of anything. So year 2019, imetupwa.
Can I say something? Just 2 seconds.
Yes.
I think it was one of the ridiculous things about that census. I think it was somewhere in Northeastern. I don't know if it was Wajir. There was a county where there was a particular area where there were too many men and no women in the count.
Exactly. And then comparing the population, that the population dropped by 63,000 people. After 10 years, how do we have a drop in the population of 63,000 except there was a fire or there was a war or there was something drastic that really affected the place? And so it's crazy how we doctor things in the name of our politics. Na hii ni mbaya sana. Hata kuhesabu watu tunaingiza ndani siasa, ati tuonekane sisi ndio wengi na wengine ni wachache. Kama mnataka kuwa wengi, zaaneni. Watu kwenda kubadilisha figures na kudanganya nchi mzima. All the same, naomba hivi tuokoe muda. Mr. Guru, come in please, and then we can have public participation.
Yes, I think, let me first say the pastor who comes from DRC, okay, he had some insights, but he seemed to be a bit more of a Sisakendi apologist. I don't know, that is the image I got. He is praising every move he has made. Maybe it's good for the country, but it raises some fundamental issues, especially on impartiality. Nevertheless, I have no reason to dispute some of the things he said because he comes from there. I don't come from there. It's just an observation from my side. Now, coming to the Kenyan situation, what happened, Bernard? I actually participated in a collection of data in 2009. And I remember very well, Northeastern came up with the figures that did not tie at all in all aspects. And the government applied to recount the population again, because what figures came out did not tally with what is normal regression in population growth. And there were two issues. Either the previous census before 2009, there was serious undercounting. Okay? And then the figures were captured in 2009. But then again, the gender balance and the voter registration and all that did not tie at all. So the government, on its own motion, decided to do a recount. Do you know the people who rushed to court? The Somali elite. They said that recount cannot be done because that will be discriminating against a community. If the census was not carried well, it was not carried well across the country. And it became a big issue. And you know, this community has always been sensitive that, oh, they are marginalized, their people are, and you know, look down upon them. The government does not care about them. So the matter became so political at that time, and that matter was abandoned. So 2019, now the figures started coming. I think they collected, and there was more meticulous way of collecting data. You know, 2019 was more advanced, even in terms of technology. So that is the background of this thing. But I also don't. I look at it this way. Bernard, that was the time we were discussing about forming counties, county governments in the run-up to 2010 constitution. I am of the feeling that there was a sinister elite conspiracy in that area to beef up numbers for purposes of skewing the boundaries for counties and constituencies. It can't be anything else. However, there is also the factor of the Somalis who infiltrated through due to what happened in 1991. That's another factor that we don't know how it has played out with the population there. So I get surprised when I see some of these Somali elite talk the way they are talking, and yet I know the background of what happened, that the government wanted to do a recount immediately. They actually rushed to court and prevented that from happening. And because it was a sensitive political matter, it was abandoned in 2009. So then again, you are aware that our 2010 constitution says that when a child is born in Kenya and reaches an age of 8 years and cannot be traced who their parents are, is naturalized, is taken as a Kenyan citizen. I don't know whether you know that. So there are many factors playing in that area, in that zone, and it is only a mass of population that comes from outside our country, the Somali. And the danger here, I must say, and you know how sensitive matters are, like the problem, the crisis we have in Congo now, is that even the indigenous people, the Somali Kenyans, had reached a point of complaining about the straining of facilities in that zone by foreigners. It's only that it was contained through international, interventions by putting them in camps and taking care of them there. You also remember during Uhuruto government, there was a talk of them being, transported back to their country. And there was a resistance, some by Kenyans themselves, because they are employed by these international organizations to take care of those people, and themselves, the population from that end. So Bernard here is a situation that we must pray very well that it doesn't turn into a poisoned chalice for our country. And the problem could be if these people are used now to maybe, tilt matters and seem to be supporting an oppressive systems, then you can imagine how the other Kenyans will react. They'll not feel well. I hope that is not the case that will be happening or is being planned, because that can be a source of a big problem in our country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru. Exactly, and we pray that as a country, we need to really come to terms with the truth. I never imagined in my whole life that I will live to come to the realization that the whole country can be thriving and gravitating towards lying to the public and be proud of it. Something sensitive like census data, which the country is supposed to use for planning, for development, and taking care of its people. Why would somebody want to meddle with it for personal gain? I mean, what is wrong with just getting us the correct number of people we have, the correct number of resources we have, and then let the government allocate the resources fairly in every part? Why should we thrive into stealing from somebody so that we feel good? Why should we, this country needs to be fixed, and it needs to be fixed urgently. This business of pushing a lie, making a lie look like a truth, and insist on it to the place of arming people with guns to go and force people to accept a lie, that needs to not to be the case at all. So hii biashara ya uongo ishe, tukubali kwamba nchi inaongozwa kwa haki na ukweli, haiongozi kwa uongo, mpaka tunadanganya namba ya watu ili tu tupate resources that belong elsewhere to come to our place, or use it as a rigging process, because that's majorly what happens. I'll be playing that Kumekucha's analysis, his latest video. He gave a very good analysis on what exactly goes down in our country when it comes to population and the political dynamics that play. And as we begin to wrap up our show, please let's be on the forefront to participate. On the poll question, please share widely the video, and then we rely on you to support the channel to keep it running. So please, let's play all roles and not forsake others as we attend to others. So we are supporting Frank, we are supporting the channel, and we are growing together. Asante sana. Public participation, you seem not to have a stable net today. Please come in and to make your submission.
Thank you, Bernard. How are you?
Great, thank you.
Yeah, hi, Eli, Guru, and all the listeners. Yeah, so Bernard, I think today I just want to start with the issue of Mlolongo 4. Things have taken a turn for the worst. We are really hoping that these young men will come back alive. But after more than 1 month, unfortunately, 2 of them, their bodies have been discovered, or their remains. And according to the people who saw the remains, they were very brutally beaten up to a point of not being recognizable. So that's why they were using the fingerprints to be able to identify them, because they were really disfigured. Their bodies were really disfigured due to the violence which they underwent. Now it has become a game of hide and seek with the city mortuary. And what has happened is that they are saying that these bodies were brought in last year, maybe a day after they were reported missing. And that, of course, they were abducted. There's some relatives, or one particular lady who is a wife to one of them, who explains how the man was abducted by people who seemed to be police. And now the issue is coming out that this issue of bodies and city mortuary, bodies of abductees rather, and city mortuary is a very complicated issue because like now, one of the remaining two, there is a body which it claims to have been brought to the morgue, and around the time when after he went missing, and now the body has gone missing as well. The relatives of the two remaining were told to come in and to come in on Saturday to be able to look into that issue or to view. But they're being taken around, being told that there are too many bodies. Other times they're being told that the shift of the morgue attendants they found is not the one which is there. So it has gotten to a point where by now you not only have to deal with, right now it's a hot issue in Kenya. So probably that's why the bodies are being hidden. The body which was there was hidden, or even the other one is being hidden because now it is a hot topic. It's hot in the media. During those days after the loved ones were abducted, the relatives went to the mortuary, and after going to the mortuary, they were told, okay, they were told there are no bodies. It was which now turns out to be a lie, because the same morgue is saying that these bodies which ended up being identified as the slain young men arrived there about 1 or 2 days after the report of them missing. So all this time, the relatives have been going to the mortuary to go and check on their loved ones, whether their bodies are there. They had given out their prints, given out DNA, and they were told there are no bodies which are matching. Until when now, this past week, when they were told, now these are your relatives. So who now should we believe? The same people who are saying that who said to the relatives that these bodies are not there. They are not in the mortuary. There's no body which is matching the fingerprints. The same people now are saying that these bodies came in 1 day after the date of abduction. The same people on 1 day, they tell you there's a body, you come and look, then after that, the body disappears. So Kenyans, we are being taken on a wild goose chase with this issue of abductees, and it's very painful. You know very well that these people who abducted have been killed almost immediately. Then you keep a family going around in circles for more than 1 month. And those are the ones who are found. The ones who are not found, who are also the ones who are not found, who are also in this Mlolongo 4 and disappeared around the same time, their bodies have still not yet been found. The one body which they were saying is similar has now disappeared. So you really wonder, what kind of a country have we become, to an extent whereby even bodies now are being hidden? Because kama mtu amekufa, ashakufa, why don't you release the body? But now, because you can see the issue is very hot and Kenyans, all eyes are there, and you want to wait until the issue cools down before you produce the bodies, because of the state in which the bodies are. They're severely tortured and disfigured, which is raising temperatures. So you prefer now to hide the body. It's very sad what is happening in Kenya. It's very painful that after you have killed somebody's loved one, now you're even hiding their body and making them go through trauma for days on end, looking for their person up and down, moving from one mortuary to the other one, you know. So, and right now, by the way, there are so many missing people, very many missing people whose bodies have not been found. So we are really living with a very rogue kind of rogue, government, because there is nobody else who can be able to do this kind of things. Then they come here and say that, okay, the person, Nani, his name, Johansen Oduor, does autopsy on the body and says that, this is a murder case, this is a drowning. But we all know these people, they were arrested because of their political inclinations. So Bernard, that's where we are now. It has gotten to a situation whereby even if your loved one dies, is killed because of these extrajudicial killings, even getting the body now is another story. We have sunk that low as a country. It's very sad. How can you even collaborate with mortuary workers, mortuary attendants to lie to the public, to take people around on a wild goose chase? It's very bad. But that's how low we have sunk. And of course, government as usual is denying anything to do with this. And even Justin Muturi, who came out to say very clearly that his son was abducted, is now being threatened by Aden Duale that he's supposed to resign for telling the truth. Just for telling the truth, he's supposed to resign. So that's unfortunately a situation which is very painful in our current state of our country. The other issue is the Rwandese issue. The Rwandese issue, this issue is really about Tutsis and Hutus. So the Hutus who managed to escape during the genocide, they managed to flee after the genocide and ended up in DRC rather, North Kivu areas and Goma, those areas. So now they have been having a war. It's only that it has not been visible, so visible, but Hutus have been having a war with the Tutsis. They have done so many wars, crimes against humanity. There have been occasions whereby they have killed these Tutsis, burnt them, even cannibalism, eating their meat, their flesh. Let's not call it meat, but their flesh, eating so it's been very toxic. And this war, which has been going on behind the scenes, has been going on for the last 30 years, almost immediately after the genocide, when now the people who committed these atrocities started being prosecuted. These people, they ran and they went to that side of DRC, and DRC also has a Tutsi population. They were not refugees; they were indigenous Tutsis who are living in DRC. Who, as in the way we have Luos of the Kenyan side and of the Ugandan side, or the Maasais of the Tanzanian side and of the Kenyan side. So these Hutus were targeting these Congolese Tutsis. So it was a kind of an ongoing genocide, whereby they were really harassing these people. And this is why Kagame and even Uganda, even Uganda have been supporting M23. I understand their leaders do reside or have some protective whatever in Uganda. So Uganda seems to be an ally to the M23. And okay, of course I don't support destabilizing the country or destabilizing like now Goma, which was the biggest town in the area, was where even aid could be given to the refugees and it was one of the few stable places, let's put it that way. So destabilizing it, I don't think is the answer. But you see now, they also have to come to a point whereby they have to protect their own people who are Tutsis. So they are just protecting their people from the genocide which has been or crimes against humanity, which they have been undergoing for the last over 30 years. So personally, it is it was a no, those ones of I don't feel Kagame really had a choice, because he had to protect his own people. People may say it's because of minerals and all this, but for me personally, the way I've tried to understand the problem, really it's about protecting his people more than anything else. It's a sad situation. We hope, I understand Goma has started stabilizing. Water has come back.
Public participation. Just a moment on that point. There are two versions from what we have gathered. I hosted Pastor Kelley, who is from DRC, and he gave us the picture. There are two categories of Tutsi in Congo. One, they are the ones after the Nyabalenge kingdom was split into two by the sharing of territories by the colonial powers. So we had one group, the way we have the border communities where now a community is cut into two. There are Congolese who are Tutsis and Congolese who are, Tutsis who are in Congo who are now Congolese, and then we have Tutsis who are in Rwanda who are Rwandese. Is it those ones were settled and accepted in Congo? They are citizens. There is no issue with those. But there is another group of Tutsis who are settled in Congo by the UN when there was an outbreak of the war, not even the genocide in the 60s, 50s. Then they were settled around Mount Nyamulenge. The pastor said Mulenge, there's a mountain called Mulenge, and then they were settled there the way we have the refugees in Dadaab, a refugee camp. Then these are the people who are now claiming to be Congolese, and they want to be, to claim that they have rights. So they are fighting to be acknowledged and resettled in Congo as Congolese when they are not. And then they are being supported by who? Kagame. Now, Kagame crossing the border to support them, I don't think there is any international law that supports that. And him going on camera to acknowledge that, it shows that he either has disregard of the borders and the international law that invokes that. Then he says the conflict now between these Tutsis who are refugees in Congo with the population of the rest of the indigenous of the Congolese is in their excesses in now what you are calling the extension of the genocide. They were attacking the other communities, slaughter the women, rape them, kill the children and all that. So the rest of the population armed themselves against the so-called M23. So what's going on is a bit complex in view of that. It is not just the Congo government, or rather the DRC, refusing to acknowledge people or assimilate people, but we have a group that doesn't want to follow the due process in terms of, even if you want to be settled and you are a foreigner, there is a process towards that. And so that is where the issue is. And then the interest of Kagame. If, for example, I gave the example of Angomudi. Angomudi was vice president in Kenya, and his brother was a minister in Uganda. That means his family was cut into two. Some settled in Uganda, some settled in Kenya. So
thank you. You're a Pan-Africanist. Thank you.
Yes. So if the brothers of Angomudi Awori are being mistreated in Uganda, can the Kenya government cross over to go and defend them and say they are protecting them. That will be illegal and that will be breach of international relations. And so I don't see the justification of Kagame saying he's going to protect people who are in another person's soil under another flag, except it's an invasion. And if it's an invasion, it's an invitation for war. Public participation, I wanted to bring that in, even as you conclude. Tusikilize msimamo, tungatuke, masaa yameenda. Public participation, I hope that makes sense.
Oh, okay. You see, Bernard, what I'm saying has also been a part of the issue, I believe, as in the fact that okay, I don't know, I don't know whether now it's from what I understood from Kagame, the indigenous Tutsis who are in DRC, as well as the Tutsis who crossed over during as you are saying, like what Wadadab, who crossed over. So the way he's putting it is that he has been putting it is that the Hutus who are on the other side are still busy massacring the indigenous, so long as it's a Tutsi, whether it's the indigenous or the refugees. So that has been his point, that he's just defending his people. Of course, he doesn't say it openly that he's the one who's behind, but that's the logic behind it. That and there have been cases whereby it's been documented that Hutus were, killing, even public killings of Tutsis, burning them. There's been cannibalism and all that. But anyway, those are claims which maybe we may not be able to substantiate. Thank you. Back to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, public participation. Thank you, everyone, as we continue with the conversation. Asil 2 TV anasema Bernard, don't take Kelly's word. He has an issue. How do you separate them? Kelly is using Chisendo school of thought. The central government has refused to acknowledge the Nyamuleng. No, I'm not using Kelly's information only. It is tallying with what Nyerere said in 1986 in the conference in New York. I mean, and there is nothing new about people crossing over. We have had wars in Kenya. We are housing Congolese, we are housing Ugandans, we are housing Somalis, we are housing Sudanese. I mean, experience of people crossing border because of war, it's normal with us as Kenyans. But we have never had a case of another country coming to protect their people inside this country. The moment they cross the border, they come under the Kenyan flag, and then it becomes the responsibility of that particular government to take care of them. So if Somali came in here to protect the Somalis, and Uganda came here to protect Ugandans, Ethiopia came here to protect the Ethiopian, what will become of this country? I think we need to look into this for what it is, and that is there are many issues, but there is some light of truth in this. Kagame should protect the Tutsis that are in Rwanda and leave the other Tutsis that are in the other place and come up with modalities. If he feels that they are being molested or being mistreated, let him work with the Congolese government and point out, just like we can say that our relationship, our border of Ethiopia and Kenya is volatile. People are crossing over, and then we are having this kind of cases. So the two governments should come together and do what? Sort the problem.
But Bernard,
if he crosses over in the name that he's protecting his people in another country, that's a violation.
Bernard, it's not like this issue started yesterday. He has been trying, but he's not getting any support. The Congolese government doesn't want to, to cooperate with him. It had even got to a point whereby they were supposed to come and have discussions, and then schedule whatever, they didn't even show up. But the thing is, it's not an issue of you can't go to, when your people are being killed. It's like now we are having Somali, even if we are having these Somalis that we are having in Dadaab, then we are killing, massacring them. At times, and then of course, these same characters who are doing this work are the Hutus who ran away from genocide when the country now stabilized. So the same people, after they have massacred the Tutsis on that side, what will happen next? They now move into move back to Rwanda to try and overthrow the government. You see, so if Nani entertains them and just leaves them alone, Kagame, he will have a problem. Not only a problem of his people being killed en masse, but a problem of them now regrouping and coming back to destabilize the country and to overthrow that government. So it is his problem. It is very much his problem. It is his
If it's
problem.
his problem, then he should follow due process. The way we followed due process to go to Somalia, to follow our tourists and bring them back.
This is a
We did not just cross the border.
This is a problem which has been going on for 30 years. If it was to be resolved, it would have been resolved by then. So meaning that where we are now is not a point where, because if you have been having the same problem for 30 years, all the presidents who've been there during that time, they have not resolved the issue. What do you expect? You see, if now dialogue cannot work, or due process can, and if it's about due process, it has had 30 years to work. It hasn't worked. So he now has to do what? Take matters into his own hands, because due process, UN and all those people who could have come in to sort out the issue, they have not done so. And he cannot just sit back for his people to be massacred. They've been being massacred for the last 30 years. And then on top of that, this same army or these same rebels or group of Hutus will now move in back to Rwanda to start destabilizing the country, which is actually their real target, their real goal. That is the real goal, by the way, is to come and take over Rwanda. Thank you.
Okay. Public participation. Let's have it there in the interest of time. We'll dive into this further. I think there is more to this than what we can handle within the framework of the time we have. Naomba tafadhali Eli, shikilia tu hapo tafadhali, na nitakupatia muda wa kufanya closing remarks. Nataka tuhurumie msimamo. Amekuja kuchelewa.
Naona mwache Eli, naona nakerwa sana. Mwache tu Eli azungumze linalomkera, alafu mimi nitamaliza, wala usio na wasiwasi kakangu Bernard. Najua leo ni siku ya kujifunza upande wa msimamo, kusikiza tu.
Haya Eli, kazi kwako.
Asante msimamo. I wanted to just support my sister's position about these abductions. The way now even the bodies are being hidden and mistreated and things like that. I saw a comment there by Mato in regard to Robert Oko, and there was the parliamentary report by Gor Sungu, how Robert Oko was killed. That was a parliamentary report that he was actually killed in State House, Nakuru. And what we have is and then later on, there was the case against Jonah Anguka. So the state against a district commissioner, because that was a soft target. But what we had then is what we have now. The problem is investigations can take place, rumors can fly about, the truth is known, but nothing happens in terms of vindicating the truth and sending these people to jail. Is a big problem in our republic. And that's why I see where public participation is, commenting about what is happening now to these young people who have been abducted. We will know the truth. I mean, all stones will be turned. But the point of jailing or criminal offenses being, there's something that I don't understand about conviction of criminals in high-profile cases in Kenya. I just don't understand it. You can go way back to Kina Tomboya, how he was killed. I think the first, one of the original assassinations of Chief Wariu of the 1950s. That was during just towards the end of the colonial period, being killed by the Mau Mau, and the people who were targeted for jail or anything like that. They were still soft targets. The persons who were really involved, like Mbiu Koinange. He was a very powerful man thereafter. So this problem has been around since the colonial period. There has to be a paradigm shift in actually sentencing and putting these sort of people in jail. This is a big problem in our country. And I don't know which leader one day will say enough is enough, and that that leader can, can literally dictate to the honorable judiciary that this has to happen. Okay, my last point. Thank you, public participation, by the way. But I wanted to flat about with the idea of there is this guy called Geoffrey Misore or something. He's a man from Kisi, and he works in Sakaja's office. I think he's the chief of environment or something. He keeps, negotiating with traders. He goes for those people who are polluting the streets and all that kind of thing. Dumping in Nairobi River. This is, if we had 10 or 100 people like that in every county, including in a judicial bench, I think Kenya would be running very, very well. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that's why I'm saying our country gravitates towards lying, and now we are about to legalize lying and misrepresenting information, especially when it should save the current government from their ugly acts. From the fact that somebody disappears, then is abducted in broad daylight. People see them being abducted. They are abducted wrongly against the law, and then they disappear. The families have gone to every police station looking for them, searched for every place. Now they have gone morgue after morgue. And then the information, they come and say there are no unidentified bodies here. There are no unidentified bodies here. Then later on, 18 days later, the same morgue now comes up and say this body came here 2 days after it was announced that they have disappeared. So what we are being treated to is blatant lies and being perpetuated by a government. And all of it is proof that what is going on is government sponsored. And if that is the case, as it looks, then we are more in danger than any other time before, because the people placing us in danger are the same people that we are looking up to for protection. And that's why Kenyans need to tell themselves, what kind of leadership will they put in office? If we don't put the people we are putting in office on scale and be able to be satisfied that they are credible enough and they are faithful enough to stick by what is true, then we contribute to the ills and the evils that continue. And these lies in this country did not begin with William Ruto. We have been coming here. In fact, I believe the reason why we have William Ruto as president in this country is because we began tolerating one lie after another, one cover-up after another, one mediocrity after another. And in the process, it is now become full-fledged, open lies. Zile zilikuanga za moi za kuficha zile ambazo ni siri kali ya serikali. It is now in the open, and they come and tell you with a straight face. Somebody sent me buses and lorries that ferried people in Nyeri to try and let the world know that Kindiki is climbing the mountain. Now, all this madness needs to be brought to an end. How do we end it? We must restart a new culture of insisting on what is right, what is valid. And then the government, if you're not popular, you're not popular. If you don't have the support of the people, you don't have the support of the people. It doesn't matter how many selfies you take. It doesn't matter how many rallies and, on top of the car, you go around deceiving people and hiring crowds to let the world know that you have support. If people don't believe you, they don't believe you. They will doubt you, even if they say it is said you are dead. You say you are dead, they will not believe it until they have confirmed you are indeed dead. And so something needs to happen to us even as we go about leadership. Tukikubali uongozi ambao ni wa uongo, lazima tukubali uongo kama bidhaa ambavyo vitaletwa sokoni. Kuna mtu alisema kama utaka kufanya biashara na shetani, unafanya nini sokoni kwake? Mbona unauza bidhaa ambavyo yeye anapenda? So you are selling the goods that Satan like, and you are on this devil's market, and you don't want to do business with the devil. That will not work. And so as a country, we have a lot of thinking to do. Now, naomba hivi kwa sababu ni saa 8 asubuhi masaa ya Afrika Mashariki, tunafungasha. Nimpatie msimamo sasa naye angamue mawili matatu tunapoondoka. Mato, nimekuona huko kwa comments umechacha, lakini naomba tuanze kumalizia hapo. Msimamo.
Yes kaka.
Haya, ngamua tunaondoka.
Asante sana kaka yangu Ben Eli public participation. Kulikuwa na jamaa yetu hapa ambaye alikuwa anadadavua mambo ya Kongo hapa. Nilikuwa namfuatilia, jina limenitoka kidogo, lakini nilikuwa namsikiliza tu, na pia upande ule wa comment section. Leo msimamo hana nguvu vile sana, yani maana mengi yamezungumzwa. Masuala ya Kongo yamezungumzwa, kizungumkuti kati ya Kagame na Tshisekedi nacho ndicho hicho. Sasa cha msingi hapa ni tuangalie haswa nani haswa ana fadhili haya masuala haya ya Kongo. Ni Kagame, ni Tshisekedi, ni Ramaphosa, ama ni yule mzungu aliojificha kule pembeni akiwa yeye wasubiri tu kusikiza sauti ya mlio wa gogo, maana tayari lishagongwa. Sasa yeye iko kando kusikiza mlio wake. Na kama ni mzungu basi haya, kama wa Afrika tunalipi hapo la kuweza kujifundisha? Unajua hili swala tunalishuhudia Kenya, liko Afrika, na viongozi wengi wa Afrika ni tamaa ndizo zinazowaongoza, na si tamaa pia na uoga. Unaona, na uoga kuweza kusimama kwenye kweli na kusimamia hili bara inakuwa kizungumkuti, kwa sababu tamaa ndio ambayo inawaongoza na pia uoga. Ushaona? Kwa hivyo akiona kuna mahali kuna mshiko, anamaidiwa mshiko, basi yuko tayari kuweza kusalti nchi ama kusalti watu wake kwa ajili ya mapeni, na kitishwa kidogo kwamba hatutakupa msaada, ukifanya hivi hatutakupa msaada tena, basi Mwafrika yeye anakunja. Viongozi hawa wetu wa leo wa Afrika. So for real tuna kizungumkuti hapa, kwa sababu hili swala la Kongo tulishukulia kwamba ni wa Kongo. Wa Kongo ni sisi, kwa sababu we are all African, na yale yanafanyika kule sawasawa kambe yanafanyika hapa, kwa sababu yanafanyika katika ardhi yetu ya watu weusi. So umoja huu wa Afrika lazima kwanza tujitenge na hawa viongozi greedy. Wewe ukiona kiongozi yetu amebaki katika mamlaka kwa miaka ya kuhesabu na haondoki pale kwenye mamlaka, huyu mtu ni greedy. Na tuko na marais kama hao wengi tu Afrika ambao wameng'ang'ana katika mamlaka ama katika ngazi za uongozi, kana kwamba katika mataifa yao hakuna ambao wana uwezo huo. So unakuta ndoto za wale ambao wanahitaji kubadilisha hii Afrika ama kubadilisha nchi inaishia kuzimu. Inaishia kuzimu kwa njia ambazo ukizifuatilia kila mtu atakuwa anatoka kule, wengine anatoka na njia ile, yani hakuna mtu specific utaambiwa. Hata japo mmeshuhudia, lakini au kurudi katika ngazi za kisije kachafulia serikali jina ama uongozi husika jina. Au mambo tunashuhudia hapa kwetu. Masuala ya action haya yanatufundisha vitu gani? Vitu vingi tu, kwamba huu uongozi wetu wa taifa una mambo mengi ambayo tunafaa kuyabadilisha, kwa sababu tuliacha mchezo kama ulivyotangulia kuzungumza Bernard hapo, kwamba mambo hajaanza na Ruto. Nakubaliana na wewe, ushaona yalianza kidogo dogo, mtu anazimwa, story inakuwa ndio imetoka, kwa sababu jamii yetu haniumizi sana, ushaona. So msiba wote utakuwa ni wahijumi husika yenye ambayo imefanywa hivyo, lakini kama ni mauaji yameanza muda mrefu. Sisi tumempoteza Ngala, tumempoteza Maitha. Up to date hao watu hata hutawasikia wakitajwa haswa, utasikia tu akina Awoko, akina Tomboya, but hata sisi pia tuko na watu ambao tumewapoteza, ushaona, kiajabu ajabu. So for real, taifa hili likija likipatikana watu ambao haswa hawana roho ya utu wala hawana hofu ya Mungu ndani yao, basi wewe ndio inakuwa mbaya zaidi, inakuwa mbaya zaidi. Ingine ambalo nitalizungumzia zaidi ni security. All this tunashuhudia ni utepetevu wa security. Haya ambayo tunashuhudia mauaji na nini, yote ni utepetevu wa security. Na kwa nini utepetevu? Security tumeachia wanasiasa kuweza kupanga ni akina nani wataweka pale. Laiti kama pengine kungekuwa kuna sheria ambayo haswa lazima la security lina mfumo wake haswa na lina sheria yake kali kiasi kwamba mtu kuweza kufanya mambo kinyume, basi labda pengine tungenusurika. Lakini hili la kwamba viongozi hawa tunachagua ndo wanapanga nani watakuwa katika, si nani atakuwa mkuu wa majeshi, nani atakuwa CS wa interior, nani atakuwa mambo ya nje. Hii watu kuachia watu kupanga, wanapanga watu ambao kivyovyote kikiumana, basi wana watu ambao watakuwa wanafikia. That's for instance, tuangalie Duale yale amezungumza, but pale na Jeff Koinange, japo simwamini Jeff kimtazamo wangu, lakini yale amezungumza. Alafu nikaruka nikaangalia Sudi, yale alikuwa anazungumza Sudi kule ambako alichokozwa kidogo akawa amechemka, na kabidi aeleze kabisa kinagaubaga tuone kwamba ni nini kinajiri na kinapangwa katika hili kundi. Nikishangazwa ya Sudi, nikarudi tena nikashangazwa na Omari. Unaona, nikishangazwa na Omari, yani leo nilikuwa nafuatilia hao watu na kauli zao tu, mitazamo yao, ili nipate kujenga hoja zangu kwamba hii Kenya sasa tunaelekea katika hii taifa letu tunaelekea katika mkondo upi. So kama tumefuatilia haswa hayo mazungumzo ya Sudi, mazungumzo ya Gashago pande ule, mazungumzo ya mwingine, ndio tunaleta ile tafsiri kwamba Kenya tunahitaji kwamba hili taifa lina mambo mengi ambayo tunafaa tuyazingatie na tuyafuatilie, kwa sababu yamekuwa kimchezo, sasa hivi yamekomaa, na kuna wale ambao hawana haya, labda atuwafanye usiku hawaonekani, anafanywa peupe na hamna vya kufanya, kwa sababu tayari kwamba watu wana vijisababu vya kuweza kujificha haswa katika hayo ambayo si mazuri katika taifa. So kwa kweli mimi kakaangu Benedict leo sina mengi, isipokuwa tu lawama yangu nitaiweka upande wa security, kwamba Wakenya wenye tunaenda haswa kutaka mageuzi ambao najua hayako mbali, kwa sababu taifa Wakenya wengi wamechoshwa kabisa na yale ambayo yanajiri katika hili taifa. Uongo huu hata ukapakwa nini, uongo hauna mashiko tena. Kila Mkenya sasa hivi haamini huyu jamaa, na hata wenyewe wanajua kwamba hii serikali nzima haiaminiki, haswa pamoja na uongozi wake uliopo wote, tangia rais mpaka au mawaziri mpaka wabunge mpaka yani hauaminiki, kwa sababu Wakenya wamechoshwa. Wakenya wanahitaji huduma. Yale mambo ya muhimu ndio ambao kwanza anachezewa racket kabisa: usalama, afya, elimu. Hivi vitu vitatu katika hii serikali wamefeli pakubwa, na ndio jambo ambalo linamkera mwananchi, mimi nikiwa mmoja wao. So kwa kweli huku kwamba tunachagua viongozi alafu tunawapa nafasi ya kuweza kuwaleta watakao kwenye mahakama ni watu wao, kwenye security ni watu wao, kwa sababu mimi nilidhania labda pengine Bernard kuondolewa kwa Koome yule IG wa polisi wakati kutakuwa na mabadiliko, but it's more worse hata kulukeni wakati huo. So ile kuleta mtu wetu, kunaleta mtu wangu kumweka pale, hii ndio inakuwa mbaya. Maana mimi nikiletwa hapo nimekula pesa za watu, itabidi nimsikize mwenye amenipa hela, si wewe ambao hujanipa faida yoyote. Lazima nisikize mwenye iko na amenipa hela na ameniweka katika hiyo position, napata heshima yangu, napata marupurupu yangu. Lazima nimwangalie yeye, sitaangalia kwamba taifa linaenda wapi. Hata likienda mbaya liende mbaya, kwa sababu hela ninazo, wanangu wanasoma vizuri, wako vizuri. Kwa hivyo hawa wengine wanakufa, hawa ni kupunguza hiyo stress ya Wakenya. Hakuna mtu ambaye katika hii serikali hii hapa viongozi anasikia kwamba kuna maini anamchemka kwamba hawa ni watoto wa watu sawia na watoto wake mtu. Hawa wanaopoteza maisha, wanaokuwa abducted, hawa wanaozea mochari na haijulikani mochari wamefika kinamna gani, basi uongozi huu hauna mwenye hiyo roho aswa ndani yake kwamba hapana, hili halifanyiki, si kiwanadamu, si kiungu. Jambo hili hakuna, isipokuwa ni kufichana na kuweza kubebana juu ya magari, waonekane kwamba pia sisi tuna wafuasi. Huyu akifanya hili, huyu mwingine naye anafanya hili. So Ben, mimi nitaachia hapo kaka kwa leo, lakini as we are moving on kutafuta mageuzi ya Kenya, swala la usalama naona tulivue kabisa katika swala zima na wao wanasiasa liwe mikononi mwa Mkenya. So asante.
Okay, thank you very much. Msimamo tunashukuru. Jukumu mabegani kwetu kwa Kenya, tujihami, tujisatiti, tuhakikishe kwamba tutapoteza nchi hii tukiwepo. Lazima turejeshe nchi kwa misingi ambayo inafaa na misingi ambayo inalinda taifa zima na vizazi vijavyo. Njia ya muongo ni fupi, wahenga washasema. So hatuwezi kuendelea na uongo, na masuala ya kumalizana kisiasa pia yakome. Mtu akikushinda amekushinda, kwenda kumuua haitasaidia. Tumeua watu wengi ambao wangesaidia nchi ingekuwa by now first world. Imagine if we had like Tom Mboya, J.M. Kariuki as presidents as early 70s and 80s, and we have had everybody serving their term and goes and not sticking on the seat of power. I think we would have made good progress, but we dealt away with the brains that were thinking development and moving forward to retain the mediocrity that has held us hostage until now. And then we still play around with the livelihood of Kenyans. I want to play part of this shortly as we begin to wrap up. And maybe Eli will talk after this. We'll stop somehow, but if you want the whole of it, it's available on Kumekucha latest. He's analyzing the fiasco of the census.
A recent High Court ruling has confirmed what we've been saying on this channel for a very long time. Only that this thing which is being confirmed is very explosive. And it is the following. It is now official that the census in Kenya is not a real census. It is usually a political weapon. It is usually a political tool to prepare the government for future general elections. Yeah. Now, the High Court in Garissa has cancelled, declared null and void the census results for the last census 2019 for Mandera, Wajir, and Garissa counties. Now, this has very far-reaching implications because all state operations are now forbidden for using the 2019 figures for any planning, and especially for the allocation of resources. And for these 3 counties, they will now have to use 2009 census figures. Now, you know, one of the very odd, strange, bizarre things about the 2019 census is that the results told us that the populations of Mandera, Wajir, and Garissa County had reduced. You can see the figures on your screens right now. Without any major catastrophe, any major tragedy in the area that would have taken lives, the population of those 3 counties, if we are to believe the 2019 census, reduced. You ulisikia wapi? Where did you imagine such a thing? Not even think. Where did you imagine such a thing? And therefore, after many years of fighting in court, the people of what we used to call the Northern Frontier Districts during the colonial days have finally gotten justice. And the High Court has nullified those census results. With the benefit of hindsight, it is easy to see the motive behind the government fiddling with the census in this particular region. Because the truth is, the population in this particular region has actually grown in leaps and bounds, rather than reduced. But you see, it would have interfered with the elections. It would have made the elections much less predictable. Indeed, and this is going to shock most of us, if the correct figures had been posted and the correct voter registration had followed, this particular region is capable of deciding a president of Kenya. Oh yes, please, let's not be in denial. Let's stick to the facts on the ground. Let's stick to the truth, okay? Let's put our emotions aside. We can retrieve them later after we've made our analysis. Or better still, you can come up with your own very emotional analysis later, where you can release all the venom you want to release so that you feel better after that. You can do that later. But for now, let's stick to the facts without emotion, without fear or favor. I believe that's the reason why most of you regularly take a chunk out of your valuable time to take in this channel and our videos, and therefore I'll not let you down. Never ever. But to fully understand this game of the government playing around with the census, we have to go back in history. And let us start during the Moi era. Okay? Now, when Moi took power, everybody knows he was paranoid about the Mount Kenya region. And therefore, he made a number of deliberate steps to neutralize the political power of the Mount Kenya region. Please allow me to be as brief as possible. Okay? Brief but informative. Now, what happened in the Rift Valley region is that many new constituencies sprang up all over the place. Pop, like popcorn. Okay? The result, in parliament, we suddenly had very many members of parliament from the Rift Valley. And instantly what that meant is that if you wanted a bill passed in parliament, it was very difficult to make that happen without support from Rift Valley MPs, because there were so many. The Moi regime also played around with constituency borders. The quickest way to illustrate this is what happened in Eldoret. Now, Eldoret has always had a very high population of Kenyans from the Mount Kenya region. And so to ensure that nobody from that region would win a parliamentary seat in Eldoret, we started seeing very funny shapes of constituencies, which were stretching very deep into the rural areas, and then it comes into town. It takes like a funny corner to avoid a very highly populated area, highly populated with folks from the Mount Kenya region, and then it takes an abnormal corner, stretches into town and out again. And so the new numbers meant there would never again be a member of parliament who had roots in the Mount Kenya region. Census figures were also played around with, to ensure that the real population of the Mount Kenya region was never reflected. And there was something else that happened, something very terrible, something that we're still suffering from to this very day. Okay? Some illicit brews that were not introduced anywhere else in Kenya suddenly popped up in the Mount Kenya region. And this alcohol completely destroyed, especially the young people of the Mount Kenya region. And deliberately so, very deliberate. In fact, there was some foreign assistance in this project. And so the result is, things got so bad in the Mount Kenya region, I'm sure all the Kenyans can remember this, that one day, the women in the region held a very bizarre demonstration. They were protesting that they no longer had men, or at least they didn't have men fit to sire children. True story, very true and sad story. You know, Kenyans from other parts of the country usually hear about illicit brews in the Mount Kenya region, and especially in central Kenya, and they don't understand because they start thinking about the illicit brews in their region, which are harmless. And so when they're told that alcohol has finished people in central Kenya, they don't understand. They have no idea what people are talking about. And this is no laughing matter, but many people made jokes out of it. One of the most memorable ones that I remember was by Paul Kalemba, Mad of Standard. I'm sure some older Kenyans will remember this. He drew what was his idea of a solution to this problem. And in that hilarious cartoon, we saw busloads of lasses from central Kenya. By the way, they are very beautiful ladies from that region. We saw packed buses, arriving at the Mulembe Nation in Western Kenya. Please, jijazie, this is a family channel. And so you can imagine my shock when recently I came across information that during the Moi era, there were some lasses imported into Western Kenya, mainly from Central Province and also from Ukambani. And according to my information, which I believe is accurate, Luyas were told, yule mtu ana mke, aende achukue mke hapo kwa chief. Anybody who doesn't have a wife and may need a wife should go and see the chief. There's some possible candidates. There's some prospective candidates waiting for you there. You know, when some younger Kenyans hear something called Sirikali or government secrets, they don't really understand. They have no clue. There are a lot of very interesting, super fascinating secrets that I'm sure we're going to learn about one day in the very near future. Anyway, that was more for you. And fiddling with census figures and fiddling with other things, including constituency boundaries, with an election in mind, with political influence in mind. And now let's move to the Kibaki years, where even more interesting things happened. Okay? Now, when Kibaki came into power, there was a lot of hope, in the eyes of most Kenyans. But this quickly evaporated. And those people in government who are very powerful and influential, quickly returned to the scene. And what happened this time is that the first thing they did was to try their best to undo what Moi did in the Central Province. But they went beyond that and greatly inflated the figures in Central Province, in the old Central Province. Yeah, and this was very visible in the 2009 census. And we need to take careful note of the fact that in some instances, they were working backwards. Let me explain. During the controversial 2007 presidential elections, Mwai Kibaki had to inflate Mount Kenya figures greatly to give himself a win. Now hold on a minute. You need some other information which comes even before that. Now in the run-up to the 2007 general elections and presidential elections, Mwai Kibaki and his cronies knew very well that they were in trouble. From a man called Raila Odinga and the massive following he seemed to have countrywide. And so they did something with the voters' register. The whole idea was to inflate the number of votes coming from the Mount Kenya region. And so when Mwai Kibaki went into those elections, he was confident that he would win. And this explains a lot of the confidence he had until the very last minute, the 11th hour, okay? When the government was forced to switch off the live transmission of results, which was being done by the Nation Group, the NTV, that at the time it was switched off, gave Raila Odinga a lead of over 1 million votes. It was just switched off. Now, you know, 1 million votes was impossible to come back from. And so, in other words, Raila Odinga had already won those elections. But it was switched off so that they can do their fiddling, further fiddling with the election results to give Mwai Kibaki a slight win of about 200,000 votes. Now, you know, exactly the same scenario, by the way, was repeated in 2022. There was already an algorithm in the system favoring Ruto. Now, you'll forgive me, this is a very interesting aside. Yeah, there was already something favoring Ruto. But Raila Odinga still won in 2022 because the stretch of his lead, yeah, had greatly been underestimated. It was too big. So despite the rigging, Raila was still ahead. And that is why there was that delay as more fiddling took place at the Bomas of Kenya to ensure that Ruto would have a slight lead of, let us say together, about 200,000 votes. History always, and I mean always, repeats itself. But back to 2007, despite the fiddling then, Raila Odinga was still leading in 2007, and therefore NTV was switched off the live transmission of results from constituencies. And then they had to do further fiddling to give Mwai Kibaki a win. And you know the rest of the story. But there's something else very important I need to point out. During the fiddling, there was a stroke of genius, yeah, that those rigging the elections injected into the whole project. While giving Kibaki a lead and a win in those elections, they did something else. They also inflated Raila Odinga's votes in Luo Nyanza. Now, why would they do that? I think the very clear answer comes in what South Africa's Judge Kriegler said after looking at those election results. He told the world that it was impossible to know who won those elections. Why? Because both sides rigged. And so the genius here was this. You give your candidate the lead, but then you also fiddle with the results of his opponent so that somebody who comes later to look at those results will not be able to find a guilty party, will not be able to find one guilty party. And therefore the verdict will always be both sides rigged. And so in the 2009 census, yeah, it was very important to inflate the Mount Kenya figures so that many years later, if somebody else came to look at those results, those presidential election results, you know, the first place they would look is the 2009 census to confirm the numbers. Yeah, they would find that actually it's true. The Mount Kenya region has a very high population. And indeed, it has a high population. Yeah, but what they had here was an exaggeratedly high population. That's what happened. And of course, these inflated figures served the government well in 2013 during those presidential elections. Now we come back to the 2019 census. And the handshake government, with good intentions, had a problem. Yeah, and the problem was this. What do you think Kenyans would have said had the population of the Mount Kenya region been reduced in the 2019 census results? People would have said, no, there is something wrong here. And so the inflated figures still kicked in for the Mount Kenya region in the 2019 census. And they served Ruto well, yeah, because he won the presidency, yeah, courtesy of the Mount Kenya region, allegedly. But I'm sure you understand exactly what I mean. Fast forward to the present, 2025, and now it is time to correct, yeah, the evil that was done in the Northern Frontier District. And please remember, the Northern Frontier District is a very vast region, okay? And we know already in advance that the real population figures of that region will shock Kenyans. Followed by intensive voter registration, that region, the truth is, that region will be the new tyranny of numbers. That is the reality. Yeah. And this new tyranny of numbers from the Northern Frontier District will favor who? I think it is rather obvious. It will favor the current regime. However, here's the good news. Who told you that the current regime will get to a general election in the year 2027? Who told you? Are you Almighty God? Do you know the future? Do you know tomorrow? I don't know the future. I don't know tomorrow. However, analyzing current politics while remembering all we know about human nature, it is highly unlikely that this regime will get to a general election in the year 2027. And therefore, what this means is that the well-laid plans of bringing in the Northern Frontier District factor into elections will not work. At least it will not work in the way some people are envisaging. It won't. However, it will still have a huge impact in the election results. Any election we hold before then, it doesn't matter. That region will not have an impact. But any election we hold after 2026, that region will have a huge, very huge impact. And I have carefully taken into consideration the timelines, yeah, involved in doing a new census and then following it up with the voter registration. It is very unlikely to happen before the tail end of the year 2026. Hey, what? In my opinion, this is an issue that is loaded. And in the near future, I will do another video, yeah, concerning the Somali community, the politics involved, which will shock you to your bones. Yeah, because there is a lot. And that is something for you to look forward to on this channel. Please give me time, yeah, a week or two, to be able to produce that for you. Okay? Please be patient. Please allow me to remind you of our newly launched mini special reports. Very short, 3 to 4 minutes, but it contains all the highly sensitive information that was in the previously released special report, which you may have missed because of the cost. Now you can see details on your screens right now. For only Kenya shillings 499, you'll be able to get this valuable information. Or for only $4, which you can pay via PayPal, details on your screen, you'll be able to get this mini special report. And the current one is on a controversy that has reemerged. And this is the very mysterious death of the immediate former CDF, General Ogola. And in case you also want to be a member of my weekly intelligence briefings, you also have a unique opportunity now. Because for only $14.99, you just add 1,000 bob, you'll be able to get both this mini special report and 1 year's full subscription to my weekly intelligence briefings. And that's not all. I will also send you all previous weekly intelligence briefings. A lot of highly sensitive information, and a lot of it has stood the test of time. In other words, what was talked about there has come to pass. And in other instances, what was talked about there is going to come to pass very, very shortly. Okay, so this is something very valuable. And indeed, there is a very sizzling weekly intelligence briefings for this week, which is in the works, which of course you'll also get. So please take full advantage of this opportunity. But of course, if that is too much for you, you can simply go for the mini special report. Yeah, the choice is yours, absolutely. Until next time, this is Chris Kumekucha.
Well, I said I would interrupt it, but I couldn't. So I hope you have gotten the gist of what goes on in this country as far as our operations are concerned. So, Eli, your closing remarks as we leave, please.
Thank you. My closing remarks. Chris is an exceptional journalist. He's a very rare person in research. He is very serious. I take him seriously. That laughter of his is quite is quite something. Ukimsikia akicheka hivyo, unajua anakuja na bomb. But on tyranny of numbers, that's the only thing that I want to conclude with. I think Mutahi Ngunyi is a big thief. He's an academic fraud, and here is the evidence. So basically, on 22nd of June 2015, I wrote a small piece debunking, Mutahi Ngunyi's work, the research that made him use the slogan "tyranny of numbers." But apart from that, there was a background of Mutahi Ngunyi that was well known in the research community, both in Kenya, East Africa, all the way to Zimbabwe, Southern Africa. He was a very close friend of Jonathan Moyo, who was Robert Mugabe's information minister, but I'll come to that. So, and I'll read this for 3 minutes. This is what I wrote in 2015. Mutahi Ngunyi is a big thief. Yet he is part of what the media refers to as the intelligentsia, the moral, upright guru, political analyst of our time. They want to make us believe that Ngunyi is the Hilary Ngweno of this era. Well, here is the evidence. I will table to you that Mutahi Ngunyi is a thief and a corrupt criminal. In Michelle Wrong's book, It's Our Turn to Eat, here is a page dedicated to Ngunyi. page 162 by John Githongo, if all of you can remember Githongo, who was the anti-corruption person in Kibaki 1 government. So in 1998, John Githongo moved to Transparency International. He had briefly agreed to launch a political magazine on behalf of a Kenyan NGO called SARIET, which means Series for Alternative Research in East Africa Trust. It was headed by one political analyst, scientist, Mutai Ngugi. So SARIET won generous funding from the Nairobi office of the US-based Ford Foundation. But the project, John came to believe, John Githongo, was being used to front a scam. He suspected Ford's local program officer, a Zimbabwean called Jonathan Moyo, who would go on to serve as President Robert Mugabe's information minister, of plotting with Ngugi to misappropriate tens of thousands of US dollars for Ford Foundation funding. Carefully documenting what had happened, John Githongo walked away from the project. Initially, recalls former work colleague Milena Hillman, he had no plans to report the issue to Ford's senior management. He was very upset, but he simply didn't trust the Wazungus to do anything about it. He kept nagging, saying not all Wazungus are the same. These are good people and they need to know. In the end, the two flew to New York to brief Ford's Foundation's vice president, and the foundation sued both Mutai Ngugi and Jonathan Moyo. Now, it is believed, I'm about to finish, that after the massive loot at Ford Foundation, Mutai Ngugi, rather than go to court and have the tag thief, thief, thief on his head, decided to pay the money on contention back to Ford. This is the Ngugi who gave you the election anthem, Tyranny of Numbers. He's the one laughing at Kenyans now that his briefcase consultancy was not even paid enough recently by Anne Waiguru's devolution of theft ministry. Okay, that's the end of it. But I would like to that Anne Waiguru story with the Githongo. With the Mutai Ngugi. Mutai Ngugi later acknowledged, in fact, he said openly that he was paid a huge amount of money by the NYS, coming close to $800,000 for his work to the NYS. What I'm just trying to say here is that we have this community of scholars in Kenya who actually, they're part of the problem, and you have these people who, any government that comes in, they're ready to work with them just because they have to be continuing with their job as fraudulent or genuine scholars and so on and so forth. But you don't have scholars who are countering the likes of Ngugi. So you have this big problem where Ngugi there's a vacuum there. He can do anything he likes. And it's not only Ngugi. There are so many of these researchers in Kenya. Hakuna mtu ambaye anaweza kumwambia tu wewe, hizi ni ujinga unasema hapa. These are fake reports. So I find this is part of the problem within the so-called intelligentsia of various sorts. Alafu hawa watu pia wanafanyia the NIS people in terms of authoring documents, or research that is turned out as authoritative. But we know that these are kind of people in the deep state, and it doesn't matter what tribe they come from, and they're there. Karibu kwa kila situation, kila region ya Kenya. Alafu hawa watu saa zile, we have genuine complaints, genuine problems that need governments to intervene by looking at the statistics of population. You get humiliating other parts of Kenya and inflating the population of other parts of Kenya. One person, you tell me, any one of us here, do you have power to do that? So academic fraud, I think, is part of the captured part of our state in Kenya. Thank you.
Asante sana. Tukienda kwa mkururo msimamo dakika moja hivi tafadhali, ni saa 9 tayari.
Mama hajazungumza, ngomwacha mama kwanza alafu nitamaliza mimi.
Aya, umechagua hiyo. Mama Amiri, kazi kwako.
Asante Bernard, asante msimamo kwa kunipatia usukani, and I'm happy to find Ellie still here. Nimesema kesho nitakuwa na mengine, kwa hivyo nimalizane naye leo. So for me, Ellie, I think my point was very, very clear. I meant this is the time that the countries have to understand their boundaries so that they can make no errors of what is going on now. And when I meant that, I don't know whether you saw what happened in Nairobi, that side of Eastleigh. These guys from Somali, they were holding their bendera in that area. And it brought some kind of eye-opening and wondering, why are these people doing that in the country of Kenya, holding their bendera, their flag? What does that tell you, Ellie? So what I was talking, it's something that really hit me, and I said, there are people who might be hiding behind the curtains, knowing that they are doing something dubious. And I said, it's time to be vigilant. Now, it's not fair for what Kagame may be doing, because we don't see what he is rescuing about those people who are in Congo, and they were not told to move out. I don't know whether that is the news. They were not told to move out by Congolese, but he decided to go to rescue them. In which way? I don't understand. So it's a kind of somebody feeling so strong that I want to attack these people, or I want to deal with them because I have got enough weapon or whatever. And this is where now African countries are failing. Look at the mercenaries. And I hope I answered Eli. He got my point, what I was driving into. I am going back now to the mercenaries. Mercenaries went home in one piece. How many Africans died? Just because of that chaos that are going on there. And they are being guarded the way they are passing, going to their whatever they are living, but in peace, in one piece, they are not killed. So we Africans, we are fighting for no reason, something that maybe Kagame would have approached Tshisekedi and understand each other in a mutual good way. But it's not working that way, simply because somebody is feeling more senior than the other one, which is very bad. And look at how those things now going down. 700 plus people are dead, just because of that short moment. That's what I wanted. And then I want to add still on that kind of boundaries. Bernard, you say that there is law of how you cannot cross boundary and go and do those chaos in another country. In the country I am in, laws are made according to the crime that has been committed. And that's why there are so many laws in this country. Some of them crisscross each other, but still they know where they divide the sensitivity of that law to the other one. So even countries right now, having seen what is happening in DRC, between DRC and Rwanda, Kagame, they need now to start, making kind of writings of how they want their country to border with the other one, so that we don't have these kind of things happening. And that is how now they can make another law on top of another one. Because now you see these games that are being played, wananchi wanaumia, and these people, they see like they are doing the right thing, and they are making chaos for no reason. It's something that was simple and clear, but somebody took it in his hands because he is strong. He has an army that is strong. I don't know whether to test the water. I don't see any when you have killed such many people. And with that, I stop. I think those are my points that I wanted to make, and so Ellie to understand me. And sometimes I see Ellie, sometimes he is sensitive for somebody mentioning anything concerning Luo. I'm sorry to tell you that, because when you say that somebody ati Meru akienda huko northeastern anaweza kaa huko, that is the same country. We are in the same country. Hata mimi nitatoka Kikuyuni niende Nyanza, nitatoka huko Mombasa niende western. We are still within our perimeter. Lakini mimi nasema watu wanatoka nje wanaingia nchi za wengine, wanakaa wakinyemelea, and one day watawageuka wawe your enemies, and it's enemy you have entertained to your own country for the longest, and then you start saying, wow, we didn't know that they can do that. So that is the point I wanted to clear for you, Ellie. Please, Luos are our brothers, Kikuyus are your brothers, so don't go there. I didn't talk about Luos, I didn't talk of Meru, I didn't talk of Mijikenda, I didn't talk of Western, I talked of people coming from other country to another country. That's my point. Asanteni sana.
Exactly. Thank you, Mami. We appreciate that. I think that clarification is clear enough, and it is important that we be vigilant. My memory of our history, especially I was in primary school during Moi's time. Territorial protection was a major issue. It was that time when there was this shifter issues in northeastern, and the matter was you could even feel it in the village that the protecting of the territory was non-negotiable, and it could be faced with the full-fledged arm of the power of the government if anybody threatened to cross the border or extend the border. You remember the claim by Idi Amin he will stretch Uganda to Naivasha, something like that. And, such things were not taken lightly. We have of late become very lazy when it comes to protecting the border, especially our border with Somalia is not, I don't think we are giving it the attention required. And this going easy on that particular border is going to be a source of problems for this country in the long run. That is one of the things that I believe, without necessarily prejudicing against any community, our borders needs to be protected for the sake of the people, not for the sake of governments. And then this aspect of having predetermined elections has also affected us negatively as a people, where somebody creates a constituency because he needs to win an election and he has his favorable group in a particular place. So he wants to create a constituency that has the people that can vote for him and then prejudice against another. All those things need to be reviewed so that we can have a country where people are at home anywhere. I don't have a problem. We have a Kikuyu MCA in our place. There is no problem. We have another Kikuyu MCA in Busia. If he's indigenous, he relocated here, he's one of us, and he has the favor of the people. Why should we stand in his way because he is a Kikuyu and we are Luyas? He can represent our issues. He can speak in the National Assembly, wherever, county assembly on our behalf, and we trust him. Why should we go to stop him because he's not a Kalenjin, he's not a Luo, he's not a Nini? So I think there are things we need to outgrow as a people, and the fears of insecure leaders should not inform the direction of the country. On the other hand, playing within the rules of the book is important, and calling what is wrong is important too. Even if Kagame has a reason why he's doing what he's doing, he's going about it wrongly. And because of that, he needs to be called to order. You don't go to protect your people in another country. That's called invasion. There is no other name for it. And invading another country has consequences. And then, of course, the history around it also has issues. Rwanda, Burundi are an afterthought countries. They need to behave themselves. They are the small kids on the block. Wajifunze kunyenyekea, wache hiyo story ya kunini. So if there is a war between Congo and Rwanda, how long will it take for Congo to outrun Rwanda? As much as they may be experienced in war, the volume around it and the population and everything else, I think is uncalled for. If you're interested in the minerals, or rather that part of the Nini, you want to add it to Rwanda, come out clearly. Go and apply to the international, wherever, where boundaries are reviewed, and say, no, this is part of this, this is our people, we want them to be hived from Congo and added to us. Kuja na mikono wazi, unataka shamba. Wacha kujifanya kwamba unatetea watu. Unatetea watu gani? Kama watu hawako kwa territory yako, it's not your duty to take care of them. And if they are having any problem, there are different places to adjudicate those cases. Kama sisi hapa tunafinywa na Zakayo, tumeandika nini mkataba wa nini, masuala ya nini ya mashtaka in the ICC. Okay, we are seeking redress because we are being affected within our country. And so the issue of neighboring president or neighboring leader crossing the border to go in the name that is protecting his people there, no. Secure your border, build your army, protect your people within your territory. And if you have to cross the border, then do it within the framework of the provision of the law. That's all I can say. Well, let's he says, Bernard, you're not getting this thing. Kagame is protecting his country, not nothing will stop him. You don't protect your country by crossing the border. You protect your country within your soil. Within your soil, you don't cross the border. If you cross the border, it's called an invasion, and that is an invitation for war. So there is nothing I'm not getting Asil 2 TV. I can report you if I'm your neighbor and you're mistreating your child. The best I can do is to report you to the authorities. I cannot cross the border and come to your house kukuchapa ati unaumiza mtoto. Okay, I may shout because in the interest of protecting the child, if the child's life is in danger, but you can't, go and rule somebody else in his own territory because there is, even if I'm married to your sister, okay, you can't come to my house and begin to determine how my house should be led. That is crossing the boundaries. So now I believe it's important that we allow things to operate within that until there is a reason for us to maybe outlaw that or give an exception of the same. But kwangu mimi, there is more than meets the eye. Now, tunamaliza tafadhali. Msimamo ulitupwa nje, dakika yako moja hiyo.
Asante. Kagame ni mnafiki, ni mwongo. Haiwezekani useme unalinda wananchi wako katika taifa la mtu mwingine. Hii kauli inaonyesha kuna kitu ambacho kiko zaidi ya hayo. So kwa sababu amekosa cha kuzungumza, unajua siku zote njia ya mwongo mfupi. Sasa hiyo U-turn yake aliyoipiga haina mashiko yote, kwa sababu huwezi sema kwamba unaenda kule kulinda watu wako. Kwani kuna watu wangapi ambao wako kule ambao si mataifa yao, ambao wanafanya kazi Kongo, ambao wako Kongo? Hata kuna Wakenya wako, kuna kabila zile, kuna mataifa mengine watu wao wapo. Sijasikia viongozi wa huko wakisema wanaenda huko Kongo kwenda kutetea watu wao. So Kagame aseme yeye ananufaika na madini ya Kongo na yeye anafadhili tu ili kundi kwa sababu ya biashara zake na faida yake, kimtazamo wangu. Kwa hiyo swala la Kongo hili na Kagame hapo yeye atoke hapo. Ingawaje lina msukumo mwingi tu, pande za wazungu nao pia wanatafuta hiyo mianya. Kila mtu anatafuta mianya hapo kwamba waweze kuhakikisha Kongo hawataelewana maisha yao, juu hawataweza kusimamia vyema rasilimali zao. So hiyo ndio plan. So ukipatikana viongozi nao mafisadi ambao pia nao wana basi wana roho za korosho, basi mambo hayaendi sawa, So Kagame asitafute kisingizio ati uende kulinda watu wake kule, ni uongo. Kwa sababu hata sisi hatuwezi sema wacha tukatetea Wamasai, maana Wamasai wa Kenya. Wala huku niliko hatuwezi sema kwamba Hapaduga ama Maforoni ama Horohoro kwenda hivi mpaka Sigaya yote, kwenda hivi mpaka Mkinga mpaka Tanga tuenda kutetea Wadigo wetu, kwa sababu hawa Wadigo wa Kenya si wa Tanga. Kwa hivyo rais anasema naenda kutetea Wadigo watu wangu huko, kwa sababu no, wao ni original kule, wako na ID kule, wamezaa kule, wamezaliwa kule, wengine ni kwao. Hivyo hata kama tunaelewana kilugha, lakini kwani wangapi tunaona wanakimbia mbio za marathon ambao utaona ni Kimketich, Kiplagat na nini, na wako Uganda na wanakimbia mbio kwa niaba na faida ya Uganda. We have seen that. But sijasikia serikali hapo kisema acha tukatetea watu wetu wako Uganda kule, kwa sababu no, hapo kuna zaidi ya hilo. Kwa hivyo huyu ni mnafiki tu, ni muongo tu, sawasawa na huyu wetu hapa. Aseme kwamba ni muda gani ameweza kuruti Kongo, ameweza kufaidi kupitia Kongo na kujienua katika masuala yake binafsi na kitaifa lake pia kuhusiana na Kongo. So hili limetimbuka, likishamagika jamaa atakuwa hana pa kupenya tena, ndio maana unakuta anatafuta njia za kutokea. Na ile anikwe ilijulikane huyu jamaa na mambo, basi ndio anatafuta kisingizio hiki kwamba anaenda kutetea watu wake. La mwisho kabisa nitazungumzia kuhusiana taifa langu. Najua haya yote, lakini mwisho wa siku lazima nitoe kibanzi kwanza changu kabla nitoe boriti kwanza ya Kongo kule. Hii video imecheza kwa muda mrefu hapa, nimefuatilia kwa kina nikisikiza, na nitafanya tu kwa haraka uchambuzi wake, maana sometimes unajua vitu vingine unahitaji kuchukua muda kuvipanga. Nikija ghafla kama hivyo naanguka navyo, lakini kwa kiwango chake. So ni kweli hapo naweza nikakubaliana kwamba hapa huu wingi wa mlima ambao ulikuwa unazagaa kwamba bila wao ndo wanapiga, wako na terminal numbers, wao ni wengi. Mimi kwa kweli hapa nakubaliana huyu kaka ni kwamba sometimes pia ni kujiongeza, lakini ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba kila jamii ni wengi, Waluhya ni wengi, sisi ni wengi, na wingi wetu usimanishwe kwa sababu ya idea. Wingi wetu umanishwe kwamba Wakenya tuko wengi. In fact hata sisi Coast tuko wengi, mtu asikudanganye. Hii miji 9 kuna watu witu tribes wa Giriama na Waduruma, hawa watu wanazaina kama nzige, lakini kwa sababu elimu nayo unaona, pia wengine hiyo masuala ya kuhesabika wanahesabika tu ndio, lakini kwa kweli tuko wengi. So hili limenifunua macho na limetufunua macho kwamba uelewe siasa ina njia nyingi ambazo zinatumika na wanasiasa. Sisi tukiangalia hili, kuna yale ambayo yako nyuma hatuyaoni kabisa, lakini mwisho wa siku ndio yanayotupa majibu katika maamuzi katika uchaguzi, kwamba kura ya Mkenya shahidi dhahiri kwamba si lolote lile. Watu wakikaa mezani wakipanga, watahakikisha kwamba kama wamepanga ni mtu wao, basi huyo ndio atakayepita. So hili tulimalize, ni tuhakikishe kwamba kila kitengo tumeweza kufuatilia kama Wakenya, especially Gen Z, hii younger generation. Madamu wana uwezo wa access vitu vingi tofauti na sisi ya jana yetu, basi hakikisha kwamba wanamulika kila kipande ambacho haswa serikali hii ama viongozi wanakileta. Je, kina ukweli, kina manufaa, kina tija, ama ni propaganda ambayo inawekwa tu kisha mwisho wa siku tujipate tulipo. Kwa hiyo mimi leo sina mambo mengi kakangu, mimi nilipenda tu leo sasa kusikiza sana, sasa kutokana kwa wenzangu, ili na mimi nijifundishe. Unajua huwezi soma tu bila wewe, lazima upitie kwa mtu. Kwa hivyo hilo tu ndo langu la kufunga nalo, kwamba Wakenya tusijisahau hata kidogo, tukagawiwa kikabila, kingome, wala kivyama. Hivi vyama kwangu kwa muda huu havina tija. Vyama kwa mimi sasa hivi, mtu akileta chama mimi ninashangaa sana, havina tija kwetu kwa sababu vimekuwepo, vimeungana. Lakini katika hali ya vyama hivyo, je, ni kipi ambacho kimeweza kubadilisha, ambacho tunajivunia kwamba chama hiki kimeleta hili, chama hiki kimetusaidia katika kupigania kwamba tunahakikisha kwamba adoption hii inaisha, ama mauaji ama gharama maisha hatujaona. Hii ni basi ya wanasiasa kwenda kujibibikia mali, kisingizio tuna chama na wafuasi. So ili tuwe na vyama vya kweli vitakavyosimama, basi lazima kwanza sasa hivi tusafishe uchafu uliopo, na huu uchafu hautamalizwa kwa ballot. Huu uchafu utamalizwa nguvu. Asante.
Okay, asante Msimamo, tunashukuru kwa hayo, asante sana. Mama Mary, Eli, tumekuwa na Pastor Kelley na Mr. Guru. Thank you so much for participating in the show and giving your piece of contribution towards the shaping of the future of our politics, both home and away. Msimamo, swala la vyama, vyama havina makosa. Makosa iko kwa wale wanatumia vyama vibaya. Katiba inasema sisi tuko katika demokrasia ya vyama vingi. Na kama tunataka kuwa sehemu ya siasa zetu na tuboreshe katika kuangalia uongozi wetu ipasavyo, tusiwatukane wakunga ili hali uzazi ungalipo, na
Kaka,
tusitupe mtoto na maji machafu.
Kaka,
Yes.
mimi sipingani kwamba sikatai vyama. Nimesema kwa sasa hivi vyama havina tija kwetu. Ndio tuko demokrasia, kaka yangu Bernard, sikatai. Na huo ndio mwongozo wa nchi yetu kwamba ni nchi ya vyama vingi. Lakini sasa vyama hivi vimetumesa, tukubaliane hilo kwamba sasa hivi havina tija, ni basi ya kupeleka viongozi wakale pesa za Wakenya. Hiyo tu ndio kitu kinachoniuma, kwamba kwa sasa hivi havina maana. Not only labda tusafishe hawa ambao tunajua wamekuwa hapa kwa muda mrefu, haya yote yamepitia hawa tukisafisha angalau hatutawamaliza wote. Wengine lazima wataficha makucha yao, hawatachomoa kucha zao kwa sababu ya kuogopa, ushaona. Lakini tukishaanza kukata,
mimi sijakupinga kwa hilo. Kile ninachosema ni kwamba kama vyama vimekwenda mrama, turekebishe, tusitupe, kwa sababu tutavihitaji. Ni kama vile kuna nini, we unapenda kutumia msemo wa tusitumie kisu kuchinja mpaka ikifika kwa kuku kisu kimechafuka. Ndio nasema kama vyama vimeharibika, sasa tuweke hiye gia ya kurekebisha, ili katiba yetu inavyohitaji kwamba sisi ni demokrasia ya vyama vingi, na vyama vimeharibiwa na wale ambao wanataka kuvitumia vibaya, sisi tukahakikishe kwamba vinarekebishwa, kwa sababu ni muhimu na ni mojawapo ya njia ya sisi kuibuka na kuwa viongozi ambao watasaidia nchi. And then of course hawa watu ambao wanatumia vyama vibaya ni kwa sababu ni wabinafsi, na uongozi na ubinafsi haviendi pamoja. Kibiblia na kihistoria, wale watu wamefanya mambo makubwa kwa nchi zao. They were not selfish, they were selfless. And so tukifika kwa masuala ya nani anakuwa kiongozi, mpaka tuangalie nani ambaye sio mbinafsi, kwa sababu tukichukua mtu mbinafsi tumpatie chama hata kiwe keupe kama pamba huo ubinafsi utaleta uvundo katika hiyo hali ambayo inafaa. So kuna mambo mengi tu ambayo tunapaswa kuangalia kama Wakenya, na tunapotafuta nani atakwenda kutusimamia, nani atakwenda kuongea kwa niaba yetu. Na hiyo linatuacha na jambo moja: tukubali majukumu, tusikwepe majukumu. Kama kuna vita niko navyo na Wakenya ni kukwepa majukumu wakati tunalilia mabadiliko. Hakuna mabadiliko tutaleta tusipokubali majukumu kuyabeba kwa mabega yetu. Kama nyumba imechafuka, tukubali kuisafisha. Tusiseme fulani aende kuisafisha, ama watu fulani wangesafisha, ama mtu fulani roll our sleeves, tuanze kumop, fish. That is one way that we will make the positive impact we need to cause in our country. Naomba nimalizie hapo msimamo unless.
Asante kaka, lakini kwa sasa hivi kubaliana na mimi kwamba chama chetu hiki ni chama chetu tumekiunda, hiki ni chama cha sehemu yetu. Sasa hii ndio basi tutakwenda nayo, tunapelekwa ndio hapo kwa katiba, sheria, mwongozo jinsi katiba yetu ilivyo, lakini katika njia ya kinyume, na hawa wanasiasa wametutumia hivyo.
Hiyo ni makosa. Ni moja hapo ya kutumia hicho kipengele cha chama kimakosa. Okay? Kama kwa mfano hii inaendelezwa na Kashagwa kusema kile kilikwenda mrama na uongozi wa Kashagwa ni kwamba hakukuwa na chama. That's a lie. That's not true. Ati ndoa yangu iliharibika kwa sababu sikuingia ndani na chama.
Sikuwa na gari ya kuweza kunipeleka huko. So that's one ndo nasema havina value kwetu sasa hivi vyama, kwa sababu vinatumika na watu kuweza kwenda kuloot na kuweza kwenda kutupora. Kisingizio tuna viongozi ambao wanatujali kwa kuzungumza yale ambayo yanatuma, lakini kimatendo ni kinyume. Kwa hivyo nitafungia hapo kaka. Kwanza tufukuze yanayokula mahindi, tuachane kwenye miti. Yanayokula mahindi ni hawa viongozi waliojikusanya pamoja ambao wanatudanganya na wanatuhadaa kutupeleka katika hiyo sheria, lakini ukifuatilia ndani kwamba sheria hiyo iko kinyume kwetu. Asante, mimi nitafungia hapo kakangu Bernard.
Kwa nini mwasema Ruto aendelee na hali kabla Ruto hajaingia Mkenya alikuwa kila mara 3 kwa siku, wanwa chai asubuhi wala saa 6 na jioni, walala kama wakorota kweli kweli. Lakini leo kinwa turungi asubuhi mpaka jioni, tena jioni ni hamna sima na chumvi ama na mboga za vichochoroni. Bwana Ruto amewatesa Wakenya pahali ambapo pamepita kiasi, na yule anemtetea Ruto nafikiri ana akili punguani.
Are you looking for video live streaming services? You want your church services to be on air? You do not know where to market your goods and services? At Sound Candy Talk, we deliver the best live stream services for your events, product and service launches, conferences, weddings, and lives. Reach on us today.